For one last time in 2025, we'll go racing. But first, we have to qualify. It's time for the Orange Cup here at POC Willow Springs. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt. Joey, Go Fast Day is truly a fast one at a track like this, honestly.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be here at Willow Springs, and we're at the big track, Big Willow. So we're going to see some extremely high speeds, not just on this front straightaway, but the corners, turn number 2, turn number 8 and 9. It all kind of blends together into these extremely long, sweeping corners where we're going to see some very high speeds.
I think that's going to be a talking point throughout the day, without a doubt. And Joe W., I know you've been out there with the drivers. This is the last one of 2025. What's the general feeling out there? Is there some nerves about any championship competitions, or is it all pretty laid back and friendly?
Well, I would say the emphasis today was just on the beautiful weather from everyone I talked to. It is a spectacular day at Willow Springs. High will probably be in the mid to upper 60s today. Very light wind, which is a rarity at Willow Springs. It's probably the announcer's curse, so we'll see what happens this afternoon. But that was the topic I had with most of the drivers. There are still a couple battles that need to be decided today, but I think that was everybody's thing this morning was just, hey, this is going to be a beautiful day.
I mean, even Joey and I were joking before we came live that this is perhaps the most green we've ever seen Willow Springs out there, as there is a little bit of foliage kind of cropping up out in the desert, but drivers not worried about the beauty of the surroundings. They're looking forward to getting out on track, try to set the fastest time possible. Do you think that's going to be important today, Joey? Because there's not really a lot of slow or heavy braking zones around here.
I think qualifying is always important if you can be ahead of the pack. Track position is nice to have, especially as a racing driver. You don't have to worry about making those passes to try to get up to the front of the pack. So I don't think it really matters which track we're at, if it's at Sebring, if it's at Mid-Ohio, if it's out here at Willow Springs. Qualifying, you always want to circle it, and you always want to put your best foot forward. If you got a new set of tires, maybe it's worth it to put it on for qualifying, so that way you can go out there and, like I said, just be ahead of all of your competitors. And with how fast it is out here, last thing I want to do is be stuck behind somebody else.
Definitely. For those that aren't familiar, there's only 9 turns over 2.5 miles, and most of them are long, fast sweepers. This is very much an old school track, one of the oldest road courses, permanent road courses here in the United States, and has been a staple in California racing culture for a long, long time now. So it's fitting that we'll wrap things up at this beautiful track. Don't have the green flag for qualifying quite yet, but we should be going shortly. Are there any drivers, Joe W., that you feel are kind of specialists on the qualifying end? They tend to be kind of one-lap hot shoes?
Well, I think, today I'd say, my favorite would be Nigel Maidment. He'll be in the second split, so you won't see him in this first split, but he had fast times in practice this morning. He's typically faster on Willow Springs. So I would look for him today, but we might have never know if we'll have a bit of a surprise. So I'm really looking forward to it. Again, it's really ideal conditions. It is so rare to have a cool day with light winds. So they have everything going for them today.
Well, and I was going to jump in here real fast to ask Joe W. another question. It is high desert up there in Rosamond, so I bet you it was pretty chilly this morning, but like you're saying, right about now, it's 10 a.m., so it should feel pretty nice. What is it, about mid-50s right now?
Yeah, I would say something like that. It was below freezing this morning when we got here, so it's for those of you familiar with the high desert, it's a pretty common pattern during the winter to have pretty chilly nights, and then on that beautiful day, again, should be upper 60s today. So it's, but you have to put up with the first hour. Again, for those of you used to colder weather, it's, I'm sure that seems quite mild, but for us, it's a bit jarring, especially for a lot of folks coming from the Los Angeles area.
Well, and Joe Peak, the reason why I bring it up is because in the high desert, just like we heard Joe W say, it's these big temperature swings, right? Really, really cold in the morning, but once you get to lunchtime, it's perfect out there.
Exactly. Also, I'm rather jealous because it's currently snowing where I am out in Ohio right now. So that sounds absolutely lovely to be 60 degrees out. This is the run down the hill. This is coming out of Budweiser Balcony down towards Monroe Ridge. Definitely a very fast portion of the track and a lot of elevation change. That rise right there on the left-hand side of the screen, Joey, over Monroe Ridge. Curious how that's going to affect the drivers. I'm not sure if maybe so much in the Orange Cup. Maybe when we get to the Red Cup, it'll be a little scary.
Yeah, and typically here at Big Willow, the main focus is more the exit of turn number 9, and then also turn number 2, just with how fast it is and really kind of the uphill building through the long apex throughout that right-hander. So, yes, I'm with you that the turn 6 over crest can throw drivers for a loop, but I think there's other areas on this racetrack that they probably have circled where they're going to be a little bit more tentative.
Yeah, we saw a shot of that turn 9 exit coming onto the main straight. Definitely one of the fastest parts. Going to be so important, especially towards the end. You can see how far down that finish line is. Don't want to get sniped right at the very finish line when we get to the race itself. We got, I think, a few times on the board, it looks like, and I believe that Mike Porteous is currently our provisional pole sitter up there in the number 918 with Karen Robinson sitting in second, but we're just waiting for some more times to kind of rock up to get us a lay of the land, if you will. We do have multiple classes as well, as Mike is running the GT7s, but BSR are going to be one of the more popular ones, and Karen is currently the fastest over in that class. But with it split in two halves, we won't get the full picture until we get both of them putting times down. And definitely a nice busy circuit as the drivers continue to march their way forward, trying to set their fastest time.
It's pretty cool seeing a lot of these, call it panoramic shots out here. Got to see bits of streets of Willow just off next door. They've been getting a lot of updates. I heard that in 2026, maybe get to go racing over there and maybe even see some of those updates transfer themselves over to Big Willow. I know that there's been a new ownership group, Joe Peak, and can't wait to see what they kind of come up with this wonderful circuit that's just outside of Southern California.
Yeah, it's always good to get some fresh blood in there and see what kind of great ideas that they've got. As Karen Robinson now puts down a 1:34.4. So our quickest time of the session so far. And in fact, about a second and a half over Enrique Mar. Well, scratch that. Greg Scarcello has managed to bump himself up to the fastest time down to a 34 flat.
Nicely done there. Kind of setting the early pace with that 34.0. Going through most of these cars right now. They've only put down 2 lap times, and we were talking about so much of the air temperature. Got to remember that track temperature is also coming up right now. Got the beautiful blue sky day, so don't have to worry about any cloud cover. Just waiting for the tires to finally get nice and sticky out there, those pressures to come up, and it certainly seems like these cars right now are getting into that operating window.
Scarcello definitely experienced with kind of these type of cars, having raced in Miatas as well. Definitely a bit more momentum cars than what we're going to be seeing in the Red Cup a little bit later. So being able to carry the speed around these long corners is going to probably pay big dividends if you know how to do it. And are brave enough, of course. Thankfully, I guess the good news is, Joe W., there's not many places to hit something around here.
Well, there certainly aren't. I mean, it's one of the great features of Willow Springs is you tend to have fairly roomy runoff. The new owners have put a few tire walls in place that to try to increase safety if you go quite a ways off. But other than that, you generally have quite a bit of room to go off without a big incident. It's only the front straight that has walls, and other than that, you have some room in almost every corner in case you have a bit of an off.
Scarcello not improving this last time by. Looks like maybe a slowdown lap, just a cool down lap for the 486. Robinson looks like she's got a 34-1 currently, so that puts them just about a tenth and a half apart from one another for the overall pole of this first group. Porteous in the GT7's quickest there is actually third overall right now in the 918. That gap is a little bit larger, though, is that's about a second and a half still up to the 346. So some room for improvement. And to the next one down for the BSR class, which is Enrique Mar, has about 1.7 to 1.8 seconds to catch up to Karen Robinson on that front row. So a little bit of comfort, a little bit of room for our top two, but maybe focusing on each other to see if they can change that top position.
And just a reminder, folks, these are 15-minute sessions for these qualifying sessions. Just ticked over what I see, at least on Race Monitor, about 8.5 minutes into this 15-minute session, so just past halfway. You heard Joe Peak just run down through the order. It is still Greg Scarcello up on top, 34.0. And then Bob Chang. I just noticed another BSR car not overtaking for that top spot, but slotted into what is third place right now with a 35.31. That is just in front of that GT7 car of Mike Porteous. Constantly changing times out here in this BSR class, it seems.
To be ever revolving, no doubt, with it being a bit of a short qualifying session. These cars just over a minute and a half to try and circulate. Not going to give them too many laps to try and set a good time. So far, I'm seeing 9 drivers, I believe, that have set a time. We might have one mystery driver here on our timing and scoring that does not have a name, unfortunately, but at least 9 have been labeled out there. And it is still Scarcello up at the top. As you said, Chang now jumping into that third position. Top 3, all still the BSR cars here in this first group. And you've got 2 of the GT7s.
This is turn number 9. You can conveniently see the barrel out there. What is that? A miniature water barrel with the turn number 9 sticker right there on it. And then this is, of course, the exit of turn number 9 leading out onto this front straightaway. We keep talking about these top speeds, and we look at the front straightaway. It's not incredibly long, but just how fast you're coming off of the exit of turn number 9. You really carry the speed throughout this entire racetrack. And then turn number 1 right there, where we just saw the cars go through, actually has a little bit of banking at that apex right there. And turn number 2, you start to climb this hill. So in terms of the aggression level of how you drive this place, it is fast, and you can really attack the racetrack with that extra banking and with those uphill sections. It's all working for grip in the car.
It's a good way of thinking about it here for this orange group, without a doubt, and continuing up the hill, pretty much all uphill, all the way till turn 4. Before this is the exit of that corner down towards 5, you can see, and plunges back down the hill with a little bit of rise in between and towards the final sweeper at the end of the lap. So kind of just that up and down nature. And this really sells it right here. I do love this shot that they've given us that shows you the complete run from the top of the racetrack all the way down to the bottom on the latter half of it. And it's a good thing that it is so scenic here, Joe W., because from what I understand, this place being relatively close to Hollywood actually winds up being used in commercials, TV shows, all kinds of stuff from time to time.
It's a very busy, the track is busy most days of the year, and a lot of it is that if you pay attention when you watch commercials for cars or all kinds of things, you'll see that if you're used to it, the infamous Willow Springs green in the background for the walls and so forth. Whether it's the big Willow or streets, so many car tests for the various car magazines. Not exactly that nowadays, but still the same. They come out and test here. Commercials are shot here. Occasionally you'll see the cars running the other way, which freaks me out when I watch the commercial. But yeah, you see it a lot.
Just noticed that Bob Chang went a little bit quicker, and it's down to 0.2 away from Karen Robinson. The 727 finding a little bit here right at the end. 0.2 probably doable, Joey, so Karen's got to watch out.
Yeah, and I've noticed that it's actually been Bob Chang and Mike Porteous. They've kind of been swapping times out there. I know they are in separate classes, but Porteous went a little bit faster than Chang, and then Bob Chang in that 727 responded with that 34.39. So I think that these drivers, there's a few different ways to approach qualifying. Sometimes the drivers like to get out there in a very, very light car with minimal fuel and just go out there and lay down 1 or 2 laps, set the grid, and have the confidence that they can go out there and perform in that limited amount of time. While some other drivers like to fill the car at least up until the 15 minutes, right? And go out there and turn consecutive laps, get into a rhythm. Sometimes that can help a driver really set those times, constantly improving until the end of the session.
I think what impresses me is that it says that this is actually the first year of racing for Bob Chang. Granted, he has been out for POC time trialing, so clearly the 1-lap pace is definitely there, Joe W. Has Bob been doing pretty well in his first year in wheel-to-wheel competition?
Yeah, I think he's been improving throughout the year. We've had him on several of the prior live streams, and he's been very consistent and has been kind of making his way up through the field. We'll see where he ends up starting after we get our second group out there.
Which looks like it is about to start, actually, because timing is about 14 minutes in. So it looks like actually it is starting right now. So my timing must be slightly off because I'm showing that we still have like 45 seconds left in that first half. But they are on their way and heading out onto the track, and we'll start to see them added to our timing tower. The current marker is still Scarcello in the 486 with the BSR class. His best time was a 34.021. So there's what everybody's going to try and match.
And Joe W., I got to ask, because we're still getting to know the schemes and the liveries out here. One of those first handful of cars, it's probably up at the top of the hill. It's a blue Boxster with a red roof on it. Very, very aggressive getting out there, trying to get to the front of this pack. Which driver is that up here at the top of the hill?
I'm gonna have to get a look at it because it
looks to be third car in line.
Yeah, it is third car in line, and I'm not going to help you out here much because I'm not. I think that's a different livery than that car usually is in. So it's not immediately known to me. I know the first 2 cars, but the third one is going to be a bit of a puzzle for me.
The reason why I bring it up is because coming out of the pits, they had their hair on fire. They made a move going down into turn number 1 already, and it just kind of goes back to what I was talking about, Joe P, because that some drivers, they approach these qualifying sessions a little bit different than other drivers. Obviously, some of them want to get out there on the racetrack and start to build that temperature and turn those laps immediately.
I have my cheat sheet, which includes the colors of the cars, but none of them say blue with reds. They all just say blue, so I'm going to have to try and figure it out with the rest of us as we watch them now start their flying laps. Some of them relatively close to one another as we see that blue and red car just dip a wheel off into the dirt out of Castrol Corner. Is the slipstream pretty powerful here for these cars, Joe W., or do you kind of want to get your own little space of track?
You can certainly improve your time with a draft down the front straight in particular. You'll tend to see it more in the races. It's hard to use it other than if you happen to just get the timing right during a qualifying session, and because otherwise it's very easy to have the car in front of you hold you up. You get a little draft, but they're holding you up. If you can time it just right, you have a gap and you'll get that slipstream coming down to start finish and maybe pick up a couple tenths. But it's difficult to get the timing right. But in the races, it certainly matters to be able to get that slipstream. It can often keep you with a car, even if they're a little bit faster than you. You gain on them on that straight and be right back with them.
Watching from John Momeyer here now as he heads up through 3 and into 4. I always found, at least in the sim, this is such a difficult corner, trying to get around it, and maybe a little bit wide there from John through that second half as we watch on his dashboard. But he is coming upon a slightly slower car who thankfully dutifully moves off to the side for him.
Love all these in-car camera shots because we get to see the racetrack from the exterior, right? All the usual TV cameras, but this really gives us a sense of how bumpy this circuit is, the undulations that are really going on. Look at how long. This is turn 8 into turn number 9. This right-hander seems to last forever. Kind of breathes just a little bit here. And this is the trickiest part. It actually tightens at the very, very end of the corner. So you're building speed throughout, and then you got to make sure to keep it on the racetrack. That dust cloud on the exit of turn number 9, very common sight here.
I expect we'll see a lot of drivers wearing out that exit and causing a few maybe to try to give it a little bit of extra space, unable to see. Man, I mean, yeah, it just hurts visibility. You can tell out of there. Steve Town has now brought himself to the quickest with a 28.1. He's running the GT5 class. I see in the BSRs, it looks like Nigel Maidment, who you had mentioned, Joe W., he currently has jumped into the quickest of those cars at a 1:30.8, it looks like. I think he's got Matthew Hatley, the next one, just behind him, trying to catch up.
The times are starting to certainly come down right now, and actually, Steve Town in that GT5 class just set another personal fastest lap, fastest overall, a 1:27.4. And I'm just looking at the attitude of a lot of these cars going around through the corners. Now, these drivers are getting after it a little bit more. You see the body rolls start to kind of snap when they have the change of directions right on the limit of traction.
Trying to make out who the number 12 is because I'm not getting a name up for that car. And Joe W., you can chime in if you are familiar. But,
I'm guessing that's our mystery car in the blue. We do have one driver. Sorry, I'll try to recall the name. That's new with us this weekend. Has a lot of karting experience. So that may be who it is, but I will have to check into it.
Ooh, in the meantime, the 401 has gone quicker than Maitman. So he is now up to third overall and fastest of the Boxster spec cars. So Bob Ehrman also trying to catch up. He currently sits third. He's not in the Boxster spec. He's in the SCR class. So he is fifth overall, though, with a 1:32.2. So doing a good job up there. And a lot more names to try and keep track of here in this tower now, but it certainly seems to be moving around quite quickly as we wait for this session to wrap up in about 10 minutes time.
And I noticed the number 401, Matthew Hatley, is sitting there third overall in this session, at least at a 1:30.7. He's actually been a member of POC for a handful of years now. I think he joined back in 2019 and has actually been racing now. Started way back in the BMW pre-POC days, and glad he's got the crest now on the hood of that thing and joined us for some racing.
Absolutely, getting some more onboards as well. You talked about getting to feel what it's like from the driver's perspective. The thing that struck me really was how bumpy it is through that last corner, and considering how fast it is, that's the last place that you want the car to be bouncing around.
It is an old circuit. We kept talking about how it is high desert out here. It is lots of harsh environment with the wind, with the rocks, with the sand. Joe W., if you were to take a guess, how old is this pavement?
Oh boy,
it's a few decades by now.
The last full repave, I would guess, is at least 20 years ago.
Wow. So there you go, Joe. Peak.
It's I think if you ask most of the drivers, you can never get all drivers to agree on anything, but most of the drivers actually appreciate the bumps. It adds a lot of character to the track. I mean, it isn't like Sebring, but like Sebring, the bumps aren't a flaw; they're a characteristic, and it's sort of from most of our opinion, that's the same way with Willow Springs. Having all those bumps going into that high-speed turn 8, it makes it exciting and a challenge. And you have to pick your line carefully, because if you move out 2 feet or in 2 feet, it can change the way the car feels quite a bit, because you hit the bumps or you don't hit the bumps.
And just to kind of expand on that too, Joe Peak, I mean, how many times have we seen bumps and track surfaces kind of become part of the character of the racetrack? And that certainly is the case here too.
For sure. And no wonder a lot of the drivers are kind of content with having to drive it as is. It would change it quite a bit if you took that away. Still seeing Steve Town up at the top. No wonder he's been a GT4 season champion before he switched over here to GT5s for about 3 years, and has also been racing in the WRL, so not just in the POC, but is also on the board here at POC. So he's heavily involved and obviously quite quick. His latest lap now cuts it down to a 26.7, more than 3 seconds over the next nearest car. He's flying.
Very, very impressive. By far the fastest car on the racetrack currently. We have our mystery driver sitting there in that number 12 car with a 1:30.1. That is the next fastest time. But yeah, that is, call it 3+ seconds off of that GT5 car. So just seeing a little bit of the difference in the speed between the classes, between GT5, BSR. It seems like our Boxster spec class, our fastest time right there is actually that 1:30.7. I'm not sure if that number 12 is a Boxster spec car or if it is in a different class.
We'll try and get some info on that at some point here. And now down to, it looks like about 7 minutes left to go. Hatley still in that 4:01, sitting third overall and quickest of the Boxster specs as Nigel Maidment tries to run him down, but it is close. Less than 1/10 of a second between third and fourth overall to decide the Boxster spec pole in the first race of the weekend. Can Nigel manage to do something, as he's been trying but has been shy of the most recent laps? He is still pushing, I can see. And we got another driver, another bit of a mystery driver actually, who has gone second quickest overall.
I was noticing the number 440 as well. That was Bob Ehrman out there in the SCR class. Seems to be carrying the flag for that class right now at a 1:32.0. Means to be that most of these cars right now are probably going to be wrapping up their qualifying sessions. So some of the drivers I had mentioned approach these sessions a little bit differently. And if you are the type of driver that it only sets it up for maybe a few laps, call it 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 laps at most, we're going to see a lot of those drivers come into pit lane and park the car, while some of them will stay out and continue that rhythm feeling and try to improve their lap times.
Yeah, of course, qualifying can always be used as more practice time, of course, out there.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's drivers that are trying to maximize, with this being club level racing, as much track time as possible. Is so extremely valuable out there, helping you find speed, figuring out those little tricks here and there to get quicker out on the track, maybe more consistent as well, because it's one thing to qualify, Joey. It's always another to be able to repeat that lap after lap in the race itself.
Correct. I think that racecraft is really what a driver wants to rely on. Now, you have to have overall speed in order to really perfect your racecraft, but you're right. Some drivers, excellent in going out there with a completely clear windshield and being able to turn those perfect laps, right? Hit your perfect brake marker, get your turn in, hit your apex, and be able to roll on the throttle and put together that perfect lap. However, when it comes to race time, you have a whole lot of other factors, not just the green flag and the adrenaline of everybody around you, but what about that anxiety factor when somebody's right on that rear bumper, maybe showing themselves not only in that center mirror, but in the left mirror and the right mirror? There's a lot more variables when it comes to racing than it is in just qualifying.
I'm seeing them waving. Is that the checkers? Are we?
Looks like the whites.
That's what I thought as well, and he has pulled it in. But I don't know why they would have the white flag unless there was a slow car here for the qualifying session.
I'll interject here. So every club has slightly different flag rules. Joe W., are they showing the white flag basically as a 1 minute as a last lap?
They may be. It's atypical for us to do that generally for these sessions, but as you can see, since they're sending a slow vehicle out on track, I think they were just giving them a heads up that they needed to come. They were basically done. So I like I say, we've had a little change in procedure here here recently. We were discussing it just before we went on air, and I think they may be going out to pick up one of the corner
Gotcha.
workers, and so they were just kind of giving the driver a heads up that they were going to need to come in.
That makes sense. So we'll give it just a second here to make sure that whether or not it is actually finished or if we got a little bit more time left before this session is over, but it is still Steve Town who is up on top with his 126.7, still about 3 seconds faster than the number 12 machine, but running in the GT5 class. Definitely the Boxster spec going to be the most popular, so expect to see most of the BSR class to be filling up the field here. But we do have those spec 2.7 cars also running. The GT5s, as I mentioned, GT7s will also be competing at the same time in this race. So there will be multiple classes, and I see, looks like most cars are heading in. So I think we can call this one and say that is it for Orange Cup qualifying here in POC. And Steve Town is going to be your pole sitter, the number 12 car in second, with Matthew Hatley in fifth and Nigel Maidment in P6. Excuse me, in P, well, it says 6, so we must be missing some cars here on my timing and scoring. 7th with Bob Ehrman, John Krylo in 8th, Branimir Kovac in the 9th spot, and Mark Janan in 10th. Then it's Stefan Aseo in the 11th position. Greg Scarcello got bumped all the way down to 15th, and Karen Robinson in 17th. You've got Andrew Wayman, P18, Bob Chang in 19th, and Vivek Kazari in the 20th spot. Mike Porteous will be 21st, Enrique Marr 23rd, the number 66 car is 24th, Byron Allen in 25th, and Eric Rolfe in 26th position. From there, it is Alicia Ray in 27th, Neil Rouzier in 28th, Ted Freck in 29th, Randy Burgum in 30th. And then you've got David Gold at the back of the field. So I believe we have a short break before we head on over to our next qualifying of the Red Cup cars here in just a moment. Don't go away. We've got more action to come here at Willow Springs.
worry about me. I need models in my shot.
We've already had the Orange Cup qualify. Now it is time for the Red Cup here in the POC at Willow Springs. I'm Joe Peak, along with Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt, once again to bring you the action on track. Slightly quicker cars now at an already fast track. Joey, I am so looking forward to this.
Yeah, we mainly had those Boxster spec cars, had the GT7s out there, as well as a few other run groups in that orange group, I believe, from earlier. So now we're going to get some of these bigger, faster, call it cup car based cars. Have a lot of different classes in this one too. You see some of the drivers putting their helmets on, starting to get strapped into these machines and getting ready to hit the track for qualifying.
We've got about 5 more minutes before they're going to be released onto the track for this qualifying session. And as we had with the Orange Cup, if you missed out, they will split it into 2. So there will be 2 groups. And of course, when the second group comes out, it'll keep the previous group in. So we'll be able to tell where everybody slots in. But don't bank on whoever winds up on top in that first group to be the driver that winds up on pole for this Red Cup, as we see the cars just about ready to go. Drivers hopping in, probably getting strapped in and ready to go. Definitely some higher powered machinery when it comes to these cars, as Red Cup includes the GT1, the GT2, and GT3 classes, as well as Spec 991.2 as well, also competing today. And if you're used to GT3 and GT4 classifications in normal GT racing, kind of throw that out the window. This is its own thing with POC. So this is not those sorts of GT3 cars that you're used to necessarily hearing about. But regardless, everybody will have something to fight for. And Joe W., like I said, I really love getting to see these faster cars take to the track. That puts on some really exciting moments.
Well, yeah, they really thrive on a track like this. I mean, they call Willow Springs the fastest road in the West, and it really is. I mean, it's a chance for the drivers to really do a high-speed circuit, and it really excels with these higher horsepower cars with some downforce. You'll see a lot higher speeds than we saw in our orange group. One of the other things that you'll see a little bit different here than we saw in the orange group, we actually grid the cars by time. Here we split it into 2 sections, but it's self-selected. You run in whichever of the 2 halves of qualifying you want, but you'll typically see the faster cars running in the first section. So you'll see the Spec 991.2 cars and maybe the GT2 cars, and then maybe 1 or 2 GT3 cars. And then in the second split, you'll see primarily GT3 cars. And again, as you mentioned, the GT3, like that designation, it's just we run power to weight classes for the cars that aren't in the spec class. And it's just GT1 is the highest power to weight all the way down to GT7, as we saw in the orange, and that's the lowest power to weight class. So it's a fairly simple classing structure. And then we have spec cars like you saw with the spec Boxsters and these Spec 991.2s.
And I love that you've got the Spec 991.2s as well, because Joey, I've gotten to see those cars compete out with Porsche proper in the past. So a lot of these are machines that have seen big time, or at least relatively big time racing. They're proper race cars out there.
They really are, and I think that Porsche does such a fantastic job, not only call it from people building their own race cars of decades past to then Porsche actually building the race car, these spec race cars that were kind of introduced as GT3 Cup cars, and they really have a long history, not only here in North America, but worldwide of racing. And you're right, they kind of start out as the premier classes, but guess what? After 2, 3, 4 years, they have to go somewhere. And it's great to see that Porsche has such a large following of racers that want to keep racing these cars, that it doesn't matter if it's a 991.1 car, or if it's a 997 car, or if it's a 996.
Apologies, just a little bit of a technical hiccup behind the scenes as the cars are now out on track proper, and we were just talking about the various cars that can be used from Porsche's official racing. And Joe W., I know you were kind of wanting to talk a little bit about that they have their really cool ladder system, and that I think that has allowed a lot of these cars to kind of trickle their way in.
Yeah, a lot of times we'll see cars that maybe they originally ran in the Carrera Cup or they ran in Porsche Sprint Challenge, and then they as they evolve to new generations, they keep going to the newest car, and that makes the one that was the
Monsalve one you were trying to reset that broke it?
Next to last generation, and we'll be able to pick those up and have a great car to race for a number of years.
And you can see they're just kind of getting these cars warmed up. I don't see many that are at full speed quite yet. So obviously just getting those tires up to the right temperature. I'm sure it's getting just a little warmer as the sun gets higher in the sky here out in the high desert. And hopefully we'll really get to see them unleash their speed. Hopefully, I know there has been some talk about at least one car having an onboard. I think Mike Monsalve in the 87. Really looking forward if we can, if we have that working, to be able to get to see what some of these corners look like from the cockpit.
They're going to be fast. They're going to be really, really fast in these cars, and we keep talking about the capability of them, but we also talked about in that Orange Cup qualifying session about this track surface. It's a bit older, it's a bit bumpier, it has a lot of character to it, but look at how well these newer, faster cars really have, call it the suspension package, the shock packages, really dialed in. They kind of glide over these bumps. Yeah, you do see the oscillations because the track surface isn't perfectly smooth, but tell you what, as a driver, the better the shock package is, the faster you can go.
Certainly has an effect on it, I'm pretty sure. But my Christmas has been ruined. I've been told that we do not have the onboard for this one, unfortunately. So, maybe another time we'll get to see that one-to-one perspective from the driver's view. So, as we get those first laps in, to give you an idea, we were looking at, what was it, about 135s, 134s for some of our spec cars. We're down to 120s for Dwayne Selby now, who is currently up at the top.
The current carrot to chase, like you said, a 120.1, but that actually just got eclipsed by two drivers. The first was Bob Mueller, and then Mike Monsalve threw down a 118.83 there in that spec 991.2 class. So the cars, they're starting to warm up. The track surface has plenty of temperature in it, but the driver's starting to push it now that they're getting into the qualifying session.
Yeah, Mike is incredibly fast. Typically, he's a 7-time overall winner for POC's annual tribute to Le Mans race. In the past, has been run over at Auto Club Speedway. Rest in peace, I suppose. But obviously has now had to change locations. But yeah, he was the 991.2 spec champion in 2024. So he's leading the points coming into this year. Could be a back-to-back champion in that class if things continue to go the way that they are looking. Mueller needing to make up almost a full second to get up to him on this qualifying session. And then they've got Dwayne Selby, who has been shuffled back down to third. Looks like the fastest of the other classes is the GT3 driver of Jim Salzer in the number 10.
Yeah, and speaking of Jim, I previously raced GT4 with not only POC but PCA as well. He's actually the current POC treasurer and a board member. So it's great to see everybody that's so active with the club out here on the racetrack as well. Pretty neat to see. And like you said, leading that GT3 class currently with that number 10 car, 123.9.
Yeah, it's one thing that has struck me, Joe W., about this group is that it does feel like this isn't something where a lot of folks just kind of show up and be there. It seems like there's a very active community. Everybody's kind of pitching in to help make this thing operate.
Yeah, it is a volunteer-run organization, so we depend on the members to do more than just drive. And luckily, we have a lot of folks that step up that help us to run these events on the weekends so everybody can come out and do this. I think it also tends to lead to a little better behavior in the races because the person that you're racing with is probably the person you're going to have a barbecue with that evening. So you remember who they are next to you.
Exactly. There's a person under that helmet. You got to treat him as such. As Bob Mueller gets to within 0.3 of a second now this last lap, a 19.1. So he's closing in on the 87. He's still got plenty of qualifying left to go as well. So will this continue to get ever tighter up at the top of the field? Roland Schmidt has brought his GT2 car up to 8th overall now. So seeing that class creep up the order as the number 85 also moving into 9th just behind him. Looks like Gorski also just improved that last time by in the 124. That's down to a 122.5 and 7th overall of this first group. And we've got 12 cars out on the track.
Yeah, and don't count out Dwayne Selby. He's currently sitting 3rd, and he's also in that 119 bracket. But you go ahead and look at his history. 7-time GT3 Cup Racing Class champion. So if there's going to be somebody that understands these cars and understands how to go and shave maybe a 10th here, maybe a 10th over there, don't count out that number 52 quite yet.
Only 3/4 of a second for him to get up to pole. So I'm sure that that's going to be a nice, hotly contested one. Is there a little bit of debris or something there on the exit of 2?
I think it's just the camera. I noticed it a little bit earlier in Orange Cup qualifying, so I don't think it's actually on the track surface itself, because if it was, I would expect these drivers to be avoiding it versus driving over it.
Okay, yeah, and I thought I saw someone doing that, which is why I suddenly noticed something. We're hearing that is maybe something on the camera there. So, yeah, hopefully nothing that is actually laying on the track right now. So we'll continue on. Don't want to have this already somewhat brief qualifying session interrupted for sure. And let's see, last time by from Mueller, still at that 19.1, so I don't think we've seen him take an improvement. A couple cars do appear as we look down the main straight have come in and parked it. And if I recall correctly, Joe W., I believe you guys are racing in these same tires, correct?
That is correct. So the tires that you qualify on, you will use for the remainder of the weekend for your qualifying session tomorrow, as well as the race today and tomorrow. So many times the drivers will, if they think they've set about what they can do, and they're familiar with this track, in other words, they're not on a real learning curve, they'll just bring it in, just save the tires, and wait for the race.
And Joe Peak, I think that's exactly what some of these front runners are doing. I know it's a little bit of a far shot, and maybe Joe W. can confirm it. Is that the gold car of Bob Mueller sitting down there on pit lane? He already brought it in?
Looks like we don't quite have an answer yet. I'm wondering if he's maybe looking out the window. Was that?
I am doing that. I should have told
Okay.
you, but I am trying to get it through the window, but I can't quite see that direction. I apologize.
And the reason why I bring it up is exactly to Joe W.'s point is look at how many sessions these drivers are going to have to use these tires. So these front-running drivers, Monsalve, Mueller, Selby, I think that they're going to go out there, turn their maybe 1, 2, maybe at most 3 qualifying laps, and then go ahead and bring it down into pit lane and essentially save the tire for the rest of the weekend, Joe Peak.
And I wonder if some of that is down to the experience of Mueller, if he's parked it, because we talked a little bit before about some of the ladder system racing that Porsche holds, and Bob's got experience in that. All the way up to the Carrera Cup is when things get pretty serious, honestly. That is racing on a national level and on pretty high-powered cars. So Bob probably knows what he's doing, realizes that's about the best he can get out of it. And he's already, well, as it stands right now, looking at a potential front row. That could change in the second half of the session, but he wouldn't be in too bad of a position to be up on the top spots here when we get the green flag.
A lot of times you'll see that the drivers know, they've done this many times. Bob's been to this track many times. He'll know basically my tires are at their peak, about on this lap. And once if he does what he feels like that was a good lap and my tires are at their peak, there's not much point in him droning around after that and just kind of using up tires and fuel. He's just going to bring it in because he has plenty of experience here to know, hey, this is where I need to get the car in the window. Once I do a good lap, then I'm bringing it in, because they're all going to be slower after that.
Let's try to make out who we've got that is still out here. This might be our last car, actually. And I don't think they're on a hot lap because they were coming out of turn one well off the pace and on the inside line. So this could be them just bringing it home from here as we're up to, it looks like, about 11 and a half minutes into this 15-minute session. And if that is the last car, that means that all we got to do from there is essentially wait for the clock to tick down until they officially release Group 2.
Yeah, certainly. And another name that I was going to mention, Paul Barnes out there in GT2. Did a nice lap time a little bit earlier. I think I see a 124.6 on the board. But Paul is one of these drivers that has got a lot of experience in several different classes. He's actually raced in POC in the V3 class CSR and now finds his home in essentially GT2 in the car that he's competing in now.
Glad that we're continuing to see the fans of these Porsches just stick with it, hop from car to car maybe sometimes, but still get back into that German machinery, get out on the track, see what they can wheel out of them before the life of it has been used up. And indeed, that car has now parked it in pit lane. So we'll come back to the racing in just a moment. So sit tight. Obviously, we have to wait until the clock is officially over. They can't just end the session, and then they will be able to send the rest of the cars out, which you can actually see out there already lined up there in the pre-grid. So they'll get turned around 180 onto pit lane and sent out onto the track. So Monsalve with a great job, obviously, and haven't talked about even Benade there in the 116, and just checking up on some of his history here. He is another one that's got quite a bit of experience and also involved in POC. He's director of motorsports on the board, so great job from him. And I always love seeing the different other interests and kind of how they tie in. This one I think you'll get, Joey. He was a professional cyclist actually for a while, so definitely enjoys two wheels as well.
Trust me, I am far from a professional cyclist. But no, that's great. And typically, when you are an athlete, it transfers over sport to sport, right? That competitive nature, it's not just in cycling per se, but it will transfer over into racing. I think actually one of the more fun previous athletes that always transfer over into racing well is downhill skiers. Now, we have the fortunate opportunity over with other Porsche stuff to cover one of the downhill skiers, but the reason why I mention it is because they understand apexes, right? They understand turn-in points and where the clipping points are on apexes. And really the big difference between skiing and really car racing is just the energy management at that point.
That's a good point. And I am kind of curious, too, because I guess in a way, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Joey, isn't there also a degree of just being able to feel the grip with your body, kind of sensing what your surroundings, what the friction is doing underneath you?
I think that it's true with all sports, right? It doesn't matter if it's racing or if it's just understanding your own body limits in swimming or any sort of ball sports. It's just having that natural ability, that natural feeling of what's going on in these high pressure, super tense moments. That's what makes an athlete good.
All right, we've got that second group on track, so we'll be getting those more times in here shortly. The 991.2 is obviously one of the more popular groups, although most of them were in that first group of cars. We also have a lot of GT3s out there as well. Monsalve leading the points, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, being chased by Garrett Wesseling, but it's a pretty wide gap at this stage. We also have Anna Predescu, who is sitting in there, but I believe there are some service points that are needed for her. Now, I'll let Joe W. explain that if he really wants to, but that is obviously something unique to the POC that can affect the championships. But we'll go into it if it actually affects things, as now we get a few flyers already starting that first lap.
Watching these cars come down the front straightaway, like you said, starting kind of their first lap, have the split qualifying session of this red run group. So this is the second half of this red run group. Got about 15 minutes apiece out there. And what did we see? It was about maybe lap 2, maybe lap 3, where we saw all of the fast times really start to kind of trickle up onto that leaderboard.
I think you're right. Is that pretty typical, Joe W., that it is lap 2 or 3 that the tires are kind of at their peak in these classes, or is that something unique to this track?
I think it's pretty constant across the tracks. It varies a bit, like with the outside temperature, the track temperature, and the air temperature. But in general, you'll see, like in the orange class, you'll typically see probably lap 2 is probably best. Doesn't have to be, but if you get it right, it's probably best. In these classes, it's probably 2 or 3, where you have the tires at temperature and pressure, and then that's your best chance. If you miss that lap, doesn't mean the next lap can't be good, but you're probably at least a few tenths off, maybe a half second off.
Interesting. So yeah, that could have a significant effect unless you really flubbed that first lap and feel like you can go quicker. Garrett Wessling, I think, just moved up into 5th. No, excuse me, did not. Gaviglio, though, did put a time down of a 22 flat, and that is actually our quickest of the GT3 so far in that number 70. So nicely done by him. Salzer then in 8th overall, second in those GT3s. And as we heard earlier, these cars are going to be gridded up according to time. So you might be in a different class, but you're still going to have to fight with all the cars around you.
Yeah, when we come to the start, we'll start the GT1 and GT2 cars, and the Spec 991.2s will be in the first split in the start for the race, and then in the second split you'll see the GT3 cars. And I don't think there are any GT4 cars out there, so you'll see basically the GT3 cars in that second split.
I was just going to jump in here because, Joe Peak, you had mentioned Brett Gaviglio, right? That GT3 class, currently fastest of all in that 121.9. And I think one of the reasons he's been racing for a little while, see on the stat sheet over here that he was actually the GT4 season champ way back in 2016, 9 years ago. And so he's actually been running the GT3 class now for 3 years. That's the car that he's currently running out there, that number 70, but evidently putting a lot of that racing knowledge to good use here this morning.
Just saw Andy Sloan also find his way up into 15th, it looks like, overall. That may be, I think that is 4th in class, so that's a pretty good one from Andy at this stage. He's running in the white number 621 car out there on track currently, if you're looking for where he shows up, being chased by Mick Janaszak Jr. in that GT3 class with about a quarter of a second between the two of them. Janaszak's been racing with the POC since 2022, so somewhat newer compared to some drivers, but has also been running in time trials and has actually jumped up because he used to be over in the orange group with the Spec Boxsters. So I'm glad to see that drivers kind of maybe stepping up, trying a little bit quicker machinery.
The natural progression of things, right, is that you kind of start off in the slower classed cars, master your craft down there, understand really how not to only drive the car, but how to race the car. And then once you feel like you've got a good grip on things, then there's always going to be that bigger, faster, more powerful car down the road that you always have your eyes set on, that you look and say, hey, you know what, that thing looks pretty cool to race, and maybe one day you'll get in the driver's seat.
Nobody has gone quicker than the 87 yet. And those in this group, I still think the 70 is our most recent, if I'm remembering that. I may be wrong about that because I don't have a list of who all was in each group at this moment, unfortunately.
And Joe, just from what it seems like, a lot of GT3 cars in this group. I think I see Andy Sloan, like you said, Janaszak out there. The GT2 cars, I believe, as well. I believe that's Daryl Troster in the number 41. And these cars are just slightly slower than those 991.2 classed cars. So instead of looking probably top 5 on the board for us, it's more going to be in that, call it top 7, top 15, where most of this second half of the red group qualifying is starting to put down those lap times.
Yeah, that's right. Typically, again, there aren't any rules that govern this. It's a split qualifying. You can go out in either session, but I'll say it's a kind of a social convention that the faster cars, which include the 991.2 cars, go out in the first split, and then it's slower in this group cars, the GT3 cars, or if there were GT4s, would often go out in this second split. It just makes things go more smoothly. They don't have to do that. If, for example, your car wasn't ready to go out in the first split in the 991.2, you can certainly go out in the second split, but you'll tend to run into more traffic. The drivers just self-select to kind of go out to have this go as smoothly as possible.
Do see a couple drivers kind of close to one another. Not sure if there's any working together happening out there. That's Steedman and Powell, who just crossed the line. They're currently 20th and 21st, though. That's about 6 seconds or so off of the quickest time. But as far as the GT3 cars, I believe they are only about 3 seconds off. So not doing too shabby out there. Should be some relatively close racing, as I think we're getting to about, looks like 7 minutes left or so. And then this last session will be done, and then we will get to the racing a little bit later today. First one's going to be the Orange Cup, and that'll be at 12:50 p.m. Pacific time. So look out for that one. 25 minutes or 13 laps for that first race. So we'll have action ready to go here for the weekend as we follow them back down the hill once again. And I believe that is Steedman that is leading the pair of them in the green and white number 14 currently.
Another one of the drivers that I saw is still putting down some lap times, actually just improved that last lap time, is the 683 rider Liu out there. Looks like this time by not quite as fast, but his current qualifying time, a 123.4 in that GT3 class. I believe that kind of slots him into third in that class. Actually, is kind of convenient because it's actually been racing with POC for 3 years now, Joe.
Yeah, it works out well. As we report on that, it looks like Steedman and Powell have called it, so they're going to stay put where they are. This is Leo, I think. No, excuse me, that is not Leo, because he's in a green Porsche.
There he goes right now.
There. Thank you very much, Joe W. Our eyes and ears on the ground for these cars in a big way this weekend. And Ryder now sitting in 14th, and in GT3s is 4th in class.
I was off by 1, apparently. It's not third in class in racing for 3 years. Maybe he'll improve this next time by. I don't see too many cars left out there on the racetrack. I really think it is just kind of these 2 cars. You see some off in the distance, but that is the different racetrack. That's Streets of Willow next door. Looks like they're holding maybe an HPDE day over there as these 2 cars continue to qualify here on the front straight, and Ryder actually just does go faster, a 122.8, and that displaces him from 4th place, puts Paul Wren down in 4th in that GT3, so now he is 3rd in class.
It was just predictive commentary. That's all it was.
Yes.
Well, I did notice that Ryder had quite a bit of traffic on his early laps, and so I think that's why you're seeing him stay out relatively late in the session so he could get some clean track.
It's understandable in this situation. And these 2 still just carrying on in what is the last 3 or 4 minutes of the last qualifying session of today. And we get to go for the fun stuff over with our first races, the Red Cup, for those fans tuning in obviously, for this qualifying for that, they'll be out there at 2:20 p.m. Pacific. And we'll have a similar 25-minute race, but 15 laps, since those cars are a little bit faster out there, assuming, of course, we don't have it interrupted, crossing fingers, toes, and eyes that we stay green for the entire way. And let's see if these two carry on around here. Liu and I think we said it was Janishak was the other car out there, correct? Yes, it is.
It looks like the first is coming in. I believe that's Janishak. Then we'll see if Ryder is going to follow suit or if he's going to stay on the front straightaway here. No, both of the cars conveniently coming into pit lane for us.
Since I don't think there's really enough time to get back out there for a flyer, and I don't expect any drivers to reemerge, let's real quick go through how our finishing order went in this qualifying. And since it is effectively over at this stage, Mike Monsalve, your fastest overall with a 1:18.8. As Bob Mueller going to be lining up next to him in the 991.2s, with Dwayne Selby in third. Evan Benade will be in fourth. Garrett Wesseling in the fifth position. And then Atterbury will be in the sixth spot. The first of our GT3s is seventh overall. That's Brett Gaviglio. You've got Jim Salzer in eighth and Greg Gorski in ninth. Then the first of our GT1s is Robert Dalrymple there in the number 85, starting 10th overall. Ryder Leo, as we followed, was 11th. Paul Wren is 12th. And Roland Schmidt, the first of our GT2s, he'll start 13th in the number 31. After that, it is Paul Barnes in the 197 and 14th. The number 28 will be P15. Andy Sloan is 16th. Mick Janishak is starting 17th. Daryl Troster and 18th. And Scott Matz 19th. Last two are Jim Steedman and Frank Powell to round out our 21 cars that have been out in qualifying. As it says on the screen, the next live coverage is coming up in just a little bit here at 12:45 p.m. Pacific. Orange Cup Race 1 here at Willow Springs is coming your way shortly. Christmas is fast approaching, but instead of 8 tiny reindeer pulling us along, it's time for hundreds of angry horses. Let's get ready for race 1 of the POC Orange Cup. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt. Joey, we can see the cars heading out onto the pit lane now, looking forward to getting the racing proper started up.
Absolutely. Our first race of the weekend. Can't wait to see how everything shakes down. We had 2 separate qualifying sessions earlier today, and now we're going to get the cars gridded up 2 by 2. It's when the drivers put all of that knowledge from practice and qualifying to use.
So coming out of turn 1, already you can see some cars starting to weave back and forth here to get some heat in the tires now that we've gotten well into the midday. It hopefully won't be as much as an issue. And we will hopefully have a lot of green flag racing. Joe W., what do you think are going to be the main concerns in this race? What are the drivers looking out for?
Well, I mean, it's probably for many of them, it's been a while since our last race. In other words, this is our series is once a month, and so there are usually a lot of jitters just coming up to the start line. Everybody wants to get a good start, and typically you're a little nervous on that outlap. You're just thinking about who's around you and what will you do if this happens, and it's just you have a busy mind oftentimes leading up to the flag.
Let's take a look at our starting grid for today's event. Steve Town on the pole, and unfortunately we don't have a name for our second driver here starting next to him. Bob Ehrman's going to be starting from third with John Momeyer in P4. After that, in fifth, it's Vivek Kazari with Neil Rousier in the 6th position. Matteo Siderman starts in 7th, as Keen Tandon will be in 8th position. After that, Matthew Hatley is starting 9th. Nigel Maidman will round out your top 10. From there, John Krylo starts at 11th. Branimir Kovac will be in P12. Then on the next row, it is Mark Janan in 13th. Stefan Aseo in P14. And in row 8, it'll be Stephen Peterson in 15th, flanked by Greg Scarcello in 16th. Brian O'Meara starts 17th today. Karen Robinson will be in the 18th spot. And then outside of those top 18, you've got Andrew Wayman in 19th and Bob Chang in 20th position. As it looks like we are getting ready for the green, David Gold and Enrique Mar will be 21st and 22nd. There is the green flag, and we are underway down into the first corner. Pretty tidy start for our first group of cars with the split start, and they're going to get a little bit of side-by-side coming into there. But now, Joey, we get the second group through.
And you see how busy it gets on this second green flag. Everybody immediately fanning out 2, 3, possibly even 4 wide in the middle of the pack. It certainly looks like up front with those boxer spec cars. They are single file for now. The top 2 cars still 3 wide further back.
Down into turn 2 now. There's still lots of racing here in the Boxster spec class as we see them try to sort themselves out. Like we kept reiterating, there is a lot of drivers that are looking for track position in these early stages because it is not going to be easy to overtake later on. As back up through the top of the hill now, at least the first couple single file battle for 4th place though.
It is so busy in the middle of the pack here. Look at our top 4. Call it top 3 have kind of single filed out, but the middle of the pack, everybody is fighting for every single inch on this racetrack out here, trying to gain that track position early on when everybody is grouped as closely as possible. That's your best possible chance to make passes.
So up at the front, Steve Town already leads the way with Ehrman following closely behind as John Momeyer chases in 3rd. But it is still Town leading for GT5 overall, we have to remember. All the spec Boxsters, as we cross the line for the first time, will start to give us an idea of where they all sit. But Steve obviously doing a very good job to kind of kick things off nice and clean. Top 4 already quite single file. Spec Boxster sees Nigel Maidman currently leading the way over Tandon.
Oh,
Oh, as he
but
goes off.
Yeah, there was almost a little bit of wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door contact. I don't think the two cars actually made any rubbing right there. However, it is a swap for the lead. So looks like that car did make the pass into turn number 1, but I'm sure that the driver there in second place, not forgetting how aggressive they were early on.
Yeah, that was Nigel Maidment and Matteo Siderman in first and second there.
Siderman, one of those drivers I believe that we don't quite have the name on our time and scoring, so we'll bookmark that one as we're going to look at wheel-to-wheel once again coming down into turn 5. They'll get that sorted out up and over Monroe Ridge. Siderman obviously with the bit between his teeth as Nigel Maidment is trying his best to get that position back. He's going to look up to the outside coming down into the sweeper, but I think the outside line through there is never going to work.
Yeah, and that's Nigel in the lead now and Matteo right on his tail. And then Keon standing right behind him. So that's about as close as you're going to get.
Oh, and you see how close it was there. Nigel just a little bit to the outside of the apex, and Siderman taking advantage, and now they are neck and neck down the front straightaway. Look, you can't even fit a piece of paper between these two cars. Nigel, from now, is going to hang on to the lead. He's got the inside line here in turn number 1. Now there is a little bit of door-to-door banging.
That's going to give the inside there to Siderman here. Can he manage to finish the job? It's a long uphill right-hander, and I think he just about has it. Let's see what the exit shows. I think he's got it. No, hanging on just barely. Nigel is making a fight of this coming up to turn 3. Can he manage to take that one back? He's still holding on, almost touching once again. And where does Keon go in all of this? Because John W., I mean, he is plugged up behind.
Yeah, I think this is Keon's first time racing with us. He has a long racing background in other series, but it's Keon's first time out with us, so I'm sure he's absorbing what's going on in front of him.
Uh-oh, it looks to be there's a problem with the car a little bit further back. They're just coming out of turn number 6 right now, but seems to be maybe some smoke coming out of the back of one of the machines.
Seriously unfortunate this early in the race. Remember, 13 laps, or if they have a full course yellow, 25 minutes maximum, and doing a good job of staying out of the way, putting the arm out the window, the universal signal for a slow car. And he'll have to make his way back into pit lane. Hopefully everybody makes some space on the outside of that exit.
I tell you what, that battle up front between Nigel Maidment and Siderman, and then Keon just kind of hanging out as we get some dust up off of the exit of turn number 9. Multiple packs of cars, 2 wide, arguing over spots going into the brake zone here in turn number 1. Some of them single filing out, some of them still protecting that inside line, just trying to get a clean view to where they need to hit that brake marker, turn in for turn number 1, because the exit of turn number 1 is so crucial, leads into this long uphill right-hander.
And we're seeing cars once again going wheel to wheel through there. But I think it looks like that may have finally got itself worked out. I'm surprised at how well cars are able to take that outside line off of that corner, especially with how it kind of crests there at the top of it. So we'll go single file in this mid-pack group once more.
This is up over the top of the hill, and then this is looking down towards what is turn number 5, the left-hander. And then the back straightaway here. Finally getting this field a little bit strung out, and we didn't mention it, but 13 laps. I think that our front runners in these spec classes, I think that does give them time to catch the back end of the pack.
You make a good point. Omeyer in the spec 2.7 lead is just behind the number 66 currently. Vivek Hazari is sitting in behind in 5th. About 2 seconds behind them, getting close coming up the hill. Unfortunately, we had to cut away right then, but we check in a little bit farther ahead to Steve Town, who is already, if I'm seeing this right, 22 seconds ahead of Bob Ehrman.
laying down some very, very fast laps. To kind of put it into perspective now, Steve is in a GT5 car in comparison to some of the other Spec 2.7, FCR, or even Boxster Spec cars, but that number 822 is turning 127s out there in terms of his fast lap. Most of these Boxster Spec cars turning laps about 131 from what I see, so Steve definitely a handful of seconds faster.
Checked back in with Maidment and Tandon, and Keon, who's really been putting a lot of pressure here on Nigel, has not been able to find his way past yet. Nigel defending the inside slightly, coming down into the sweeper. You said this is the first time here for Keon there, Joe W. So I think he's getting quite a big lesson today, it looks like.
Yes, he is. I mean, but it's pretty spectacular. It's his first time in this model, this type of car, this class, and it's his first time at the track. So he's obviously a fast learner.
I think maybe the 66 has brought it down into pit lane, and suddenly they're running down the order. Look up the inside from Tandon. No dice coming up into Castrol corner, but still just hounding that red and green machine every single chance he can get to try and show himself in the mirrors. Goes for the outside line, maybe trying to square off the exit here.
They are coming up on some of these other classed cars, right, that had the split start, some of these Spec 2.7 cars. So not only does Nigel Maidment have to deal with Tandon in the mirror, right, but he also has to optimize his own racing line. And here comes Keon, and unfortunately he's going to be on the wrong side of the road. You kind of want to be on driver's right as you crest up and over the hill. It's a little bit of a shorter distance, and there is Maidment still hanging on to what is second place in that Boxster Spec class right now. However, the pressure from that blue number 12, Keon is certainly looking for every opportunity to try to find a way around Maidment.
Nigel came into racing maybe a little bit late in his life, but still a wise old head. In fact, only started racing in 2013, and he was 54 then. He's still out there racing 12 years later now, and is quite good at it from what we're witnessing. Unfortunately, though, Siderman's got the measure of him, as he's already run away about 2.5 seconds. It was bigger, but I think some of the lap traffic is keeping it at least a little close for now. Everybody having to deal with the same issues out there, overtaking the slower classes.
I will say that I do think that Siderman is making a little bit more of efficient work, but I also think that's because he doesn't have anybody in the rearview mirror. Look at, here comes that blue number 12 car again, just harassing the back end of Maidment. Unfortunately, the left side is the long way around this very, very extensive right-hander. Can he carry the momentum? He's going to have position, but Maidment just a little bit further up the track.
That's twice now, though, we've seen that Keon has been able to get a run out of turn one much better than Nigel. So wondering what secrets he's got that Maidment is not able to really make use of at that part of the track. Unfortunately, just not really a good spot to make use of it to try and pass somebody, especially, as you said, coming around the outside. So he tries to set himself up. Oh, but the car suddenly off pace.
Yeah, and I'm hoping it was just a misshift, but it looks like it's continued to be off pace down the back straightaway here, looking at this blue number 12 car of Tandon, who is fighting for what was second place in that class, and certainly seems like it is further off the pace, and he is coming to a halt there in between turn number 7 and 8.
We hoped that we wouldn't get a full course yellow, but we might need one because that is a very fast part of the track, and I don't think that's a place that they can safely leave that car, especially if anybody's having any battles coming down into the sweeper. So as we switch back on board with Town, he also is dealing with that traffic.
And you saw right there as we immediately jumped to Steve, a whole corner before the stations had the waving yellow flags out notifying the driver. So it's not even just approaching turn number 7, but it's actually coming down the hill that the track is doing a fantastic job letting everybody know that there is something on the racetrack ahead.
Unfortunately, that stole us of a really good battle for a top spot there, but I do see there are some great fights going on in the Boxster Spec as Krylo and Janan are separated by about half a second. And then you've got Wayman and the number 520, less than half a second between them, fighting for 12th overall. So there is still some good battles going on out on track, and I think we've just picked up one of them here.
Absolutely is, like you said, picking up some of these battles around the racetrack. I was just kind of checking in on timing and scoring. I see John Momeyer leading that Spec 2.7 class as we catch all of this action here coming up the hill from turn number 3, then come up to this right-hander, turn number 4. This is essentially at the very top of the hill, at the very top of the circuit. And from there, you start to plunge down in elevation, really try to carry the front end into turn number 5. And Joe Pete, that's actually one of the more tricky corners on this racetrack because it sets you up down this long back straightaway, but you have to get the front end into turn number 5, otherwise it just skates the car to the outside.
I think the one that we're seeing right here, I believe, is Karen Robinson and Brian O'Meara fighting for 15th overall, coming down into this last corner. That's Karen in the purple and white, and Brian then chasing behind. Still have not moved that car, so they at least seem happy for now with where it is positioned, and hopefully that won't become any sort of issue here later in the race. We are on lap 8 for our leaders thus far, so we are getting well into it.
I was just kind of reading up on Karen Robinson, actually, and started back in time trials and then transitioned over to racing. Such a popular thing to do. I think that people get bitten by the bug as soon as they get out to the racetrack for the first time. It doesn't necessarily have to be in a race car, as we got an emergency vehicle scooting over off of the racetrack, getting out of the way. But oftentimes the first step is just getting out to the racetrack, and it may be HPDEs, it may be time trials in this case for Karen Robinson, then eventually it'll lead to some racing.
Some pretty good racing at this stage, and she's doing a very good job soaking up that pressure from Brian just behind, heading back to the car of town. Well, yeah, in fact, he's, I think, just caught up with this group. So this is where things get interesting. It's always one thing trying to overtake a single car, but if you've got multiple and they're fighting for position, then it gets tricky.
Well, and you got the yellow flag, right? So you can't overtake in that section of the racetrack, but you see the heads up from the drivers, and it's already been out there for a couple laps now. It's not like the car is suddenly moved off the racetrack. They know it. They have to slow down. They can't pass in that yellow flag area. Looks like Steve Town is being very patient. He's going to nail the gas coming out of the apex at turn number 9 and put his foot flat to the floor, try to pass as many of these cars on the straightaway as possible. A lot easier said than done, huh?
Apparently. And he's going to just get up to Brian and separate that battle, as the 346 probably appreciates the breathing room now at this stage. Karen will give a good chance for that car to go by on the short chute coming up to Rabbit's Ear. Hopefully that car can get by as well, or else she might also experience a little bit of hold up. No, it looks like Town was not able to sneak through, so he has to sit and wait instead.
I think that Steve is doing a very good job, as we've got a car at the exit of what is turn number 2. This is in between turn number 2 and 3, and this is new. I haven't seen that car stranded there before. We saw the emergency vehicle, almost like he was preemptively getting ready for something.
Yeah, we have not seen that there before. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out
Do you have
who.
replays rebuilt, Jordan, or no?
Trying to figure out if we can see who exactly that is. That may be.
I think it's Jane Scarcello, I think.
Okay.
Looks to be rolling on the racetrack, so I wonder if it was maybe just an off, but no, now it looks like it's going to be coming to maybe a slower roll than that. Maybe something a little bit more drastic from what we can't see. Is look at this pack. I think we are under a yellow flag.
Ooh.
As some drivers are getting stacked up. I think that's just from the accordion effect. That's the driver just going off to avoid any sort of accident out there, and I think there is a yellow flag now, Joe.
Yeah, that does appear to be the case, especially with our leader now allowing these cars past. So maybe just too many cars off to the side of the road for this to resume safely here. and maybe we can get this going pretty shortly. We're about 17 minutes, we'll call it, into this race, although we're on lap 11. So that is close to the 13-lap limit. Unless they get this cleared out relatively quickly, we could potentially finish under yellow.
I will say the benefit about grassroots racing, about club racing, is that once everything gets cleared off of the racetrack, it really is at their discretion to kind of get it back going again. So as long as the racetrack is clear and safe, those are the key words right there, there is potential for maybe one more lap of green flag.
Watching on board with Momeyer, and I think what's most interesting about this is Maidment has now caught up to him, but Maidment is not fighting for class position. He's leading the Boxster spec at this stage, so that car in front of him is not really of his concern, other than if it's holding him up in the late stages. If we do go back to green, Matthew in the 401 is the one that he's going to be looking out for.
We see now the emergency vehicles getting to that stranded car of Tandon that just a little bit of a heartbreak early on in the weekend. You had mentioned kind of robbed us of that front-running battle up there. The benefit, though, is there's more to look forward to throughout the weekend, right? This isn't the only race that Orange Cup has. So hopefully they can get whatever is wrong with that car fixed up and maybe even go fight up there for the lead once again.
Yeah, definitely hoping we see them again, especially for Tandon, because, man, what pace that we were getting out of that machine, and already challenging a dominant figure in this series, Nigel Maidment. So there's definitely a quick driver and a quick car out there. But Hatley, who unfortunately it looks like might not get a chance to overtake Nigel, still going to get a handy second place. He's raced not only here in these German marks of the Porsche, but did track days in a BMW, of course, out here in California, which he moved to quite a few years ago at this stage from Canada. I'm sure he appreciates the change in scenery.
Not really sure what was happening right there in turn number one. I think some of the cars maybe getting a wave by or getting notified of the yellow flag as the rest of the field is already under yellow flag pace. But what I did see was a white flag at start finish. So I believe that this is lap number 13, at least for our front running cars. So it might be getting that white flag.
I think you're correct. So Steve Town, who we saw, I believe, at the front of that group, should be leading them to the checkers under yellow at this stage, should be confirmed. Yeah, he is that darker colored GT5 car that you saw as we now hop on board with him. So yes, he will have some cars in front of him, but he is our overall leader. And as if you're just joining us, this is a full course yellow that we are under, so they are not racing right now, and this will be the final lap of the race.
Cars coming down the back straightaway right now, single file. Looks like for the most part everybody has packed up to that leader, so it's just going to be bringing them around for turn 8 and turn 9. I think I see that Joe Wiederholt is headed down to Impound, go check out some of those cars in person. Really appreciate having him on this because, Joe, I know that between you and I, it can get really tough to spot the cars, really understand the drivers, and it's great to have that insider knowledge of somebody there who knows this series inside and out.
Absolutely, yeah. Joe's been invaluable and some great knowledge on the series. The cars, especially recognizing them a lot better than we can. And while we will have at least 2 cars, it looks, heading into pit lane, one being pulled in there, the rest will at least go on by the start-finish line and take the checkered flag. With Steve Town, I believe, should be taking the win, but they're showing Bob Ehrman is scored ahead of him. So we'll double check on that. Obviously, it was under yellow, so there theoretically should not have been any change for position.
No, I think they're just kind of letting them do their thing on the cool down lap, which is why we saw a little bit of Some multi-car action going down into turn number 1 there, Colin.
I mean, it did look like the track was effectively clear at this stage, so I don't think it's too much of a danger for the drivers. So, real quick, we'll go through the unofficial order here. Stevetown should be your winner. Bob Ehrman going to be P2 with Matteo Seiderman third overall winner in the Boxster spec. John Mollmeyer P4. With Nigel Maidment in fifth. You've got Matthew Hatley in the sixth spot, and then Branimir Kovac in seventh. Vivek Kazari will be P8, John Krylo ninth, and Mark Janon in the 10th position. Greg Scarcello, P11 for him, was ahead of Andrew Wayman in 12th, Byron Allen in 13th, and Karen Robinson P14. Brian O'Meara, P15, and Alicia Ray in the 16th spot. Mike Porteous, good enough for 17th today, followed by David Gold in P18, with Bob Chang in 19th, Enrique Marr in 20th, and Eric Rolfe in 21st. Neil Rousier was 22nd, Randy Bersham in the 23rd spot, Ted Freck in the 24th, Stefan Aseo in the 25th, and Keon Tannen, unfortunately, a DNF today, along with Stephen Peterson. This ends at least the first race. Of course, we will have our podiums after this for the Orange Cup. Last few cars did eventually cross the line, as they were technically a lap down, needed to carry on around ahead of the leader. So that will wrap up Orange Cup. We do have the Red Cup Race 1 starting at 2:20 p.m. Eastern here at the track. Another 25-minute race, 15 laps for those cars. So stick around, because there is more to come. Only 2 races remain in the season for our drivers. Today marks the penultimate round of the POC Red Cup. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt. Well, Joey, we see the drivers starting to line up to get ready here on the pre-grid. I'm sure they're excited to get out there.
It is the first time that this red group is going to be going racing here this afternoon, or I should say this weekend at Willow Springs. As see a group of cars take a little bit of a start there in turn number 1, getting all of these various new iterations of GT3 Cup cars and a little bit of the newer machinery, higher performance machinery here in the red group in comparison to what we saw in the orange group not too long ago.
Yeah, so it should make for a fun time without a doubt out there as we see them all just kind of getting into place. 28 getting pushed back into position, as I'm sure there's been lots of preparation involved in trying to get the cars up to speed. What's the weather been like since we first started? Because I know you said it was warming up, Joe W. Has it warmed up any more, or is it kind of held stationary?
So it's clear to the broadcast. Don't worry about that.
Looks like we might be waiting on Joe W. just a little bit longer here. I know that he was checking in down on impound, but hey, Joe Peak, since it is a booth full of Joes up here, I do have Google over here at my fingertips, and it shows that it's upper 60s right now out there in Rosamond. But look at the shadows. See, the shadows are getting quite tall on the track surface there, so the sun is starting to kind of get a little bit lower in the sky. I don't think it's going to be an issue for the driver's eyes at all, but maybe this next group going to have to worry about it just a touch on the horizon. You see how tall the mountains are around this landscape.
Yeah, that was the 31 we saw. That is Roland Schmidt. He's a driver who's started with autocross, actually, and then kind of went into time trial. Seems like a natural evolution. And then his first race at Wheel to Wheel was at the aforementioned Auto Club that we had brought up a little bit earlier. So glad he got to experience that before that one left.
Looks like we're getting that group of cars off of the racetrack here. Is that 87? Going to be leading this field out here. Getting maybe 1 minute or so before we get these cars rolling out. I think once this one group comes off, we'll have the grid completely ready to get red group rolling out there on the racetrack. And from what we saw in the orange race earlier, it's only going to be the 1 pace lap before we get everything rolling. There is actually the 1 minute sign for all of the drivers.
Monsalve, who is going to be starting on the pole. I think Joey had mentioned he's got multiple championships in the GT2s, 5 years in a row. Pretty impressive stuff, as well as a GT1 championship as well thrown in there. And I think it sounds like he also has a 991.2 spec championship last season. So the current reigning champion in that class that he's going to be running in today. We'll see if he can pick that up.
It is, of course, the 87 out there. I believe that's Mike Monsalve. Just waiting to get rolling, and there is the signal from our corner workers. Getting everybody rolling out from pre-grid. Do the sharp U-turn onto the ace area and get everybody warmed up out onto the racetrack.
Yep, as they head their way onto there. They saw the 722 as well, Garrett Wesseling, another one that's in his first season of wheel-to-wheel racing here. But let's go through the starting grid. Mike Monsalve will start on the pole with Bob Mueller next to him. As we get to row number 2, that's Dwayne Selby starting in 3rd. Evan Benade will be in the 4th position. Garrett Wesseling, who I mentioned, he'll be P5 as Anna Predeshu will start from the 6th spot on the track. Row 4 has Greg Gorski starting from 7th. And it's Robert Dalrymple in the 8th position. Row 5 has Roland Schmidt on the inside. Top 10 going to be rounded out by Paul Barnes today. Farther down in that Spec 991.2, you've got Thomas Stone in 11th. Daryl Troster will then begin from the 12th position. 7th row has Brett Gaviglio in the 13th spot, and Jim Salzer starting from 14th position as we're getting into the GT3s now. Ryder Lee will be in 15th. Paul Wren starts in the 16th spot for today, as Andy Sloan is on the inside of row 9 with Mick Janishak Jr. with a great battle in qualifying, starting from 18th position. Scott Matz starts in P19 and Jim Steedman in 20th as we get towards the back of the field, and Frank Powell rounds out our 21 cars starting here today, with Powell being a driver who you will see trying to get out there, get up to speed, doing a very good job in qualifying to get himself up and competitive. And we check in, I believe, with, I had lost track who this was. I think it's Mueller.
Yeah, this is Bob Mueller. And of course, he has been racing both here and at PCA for several years. Also raced over a Carrera Cup, and he's out here in that white and gold machine, seeing these run groups out here in the red group going to be doing their split start. Have, of course, those Spec 991.2 cars all lined up 2 by 2, and then have the split between our first and second group out here. It is between turn 8 and turn 9 is where the cars are right now. So our leader, Mike Monsalve, going to be looking towards that start-finish stand as soon as it tightens up right here in turn number 9.
Mike's won the last 2 races so far this season, but before that, it was a DNF on the previous one. Can he make that a hat trick, or will it be an all-or-nothing sort of last few rounds for him as he waits for the call from the flag stand? And Mueller, of course, will be trying to take the fight to him, as there it is. Green flag is out. The cars scatter to try and find position down into turn 1, but then they get almost practically back into perfect rows of 2 coming down towards the second corner. That was a very orderly start.
Crucially, though, Monsalve hangs on to the lead, and you see that gold and white car of Bob Mueller in second place as well. So exactly how they qualified is how they're running as we get this second green flag of the red run group here on the front straightaway, fanning out 2, maybe even 3 wide here on the second row. We'll see how they all come out of turn number 1. A little bit nice and orderly for the top 2, but then it's 2 by 2.
I believe that is Gaviglio, who is at the front there in the number 70 and leading the way. Glad to see they were able to make it through that corner with the 3 wide. Such a fast turn, not usually one that you want to attempt that, but it all worked out in the end. And in fact, they've pretty much gotten single file by the time they get to turn 3.
Yeah, this is coming up the hill here, and you're right, they are single file in this entire second start here. So the drivers playing nicely on the racetrack, finding that racing line, making sure everything is up to temperature. And you can see far off in the distance, here is that Spec 991.2 leader completing lap number 1.
Looks like Selby has moved into P2, so Bob has lost a position. In fact, he's going defensive, does Mueller, on Wessling in the 722. He's able to hold him behind, but clearly not the greatest of starts for the 128 as he's under pressure.
Well, I had mentioned it earlier, Dwayne Selby, very accomplished, has a ton of driving experience, especially in the GT3 class. So 2024 991.2,
we got a car
third
round.
overall champion. And yeah, and you're right, there is a car round at the top of what is turn number 2.
Not sure if I can tell who that is. Joe W., you have an idea?
I think it's Bob Mueller, but I'm not sure. It's
Uh-oh.
difficult for me to see from where I am. He's hidden by trees.
Yeah, it looks like a spin as that is a replay that we just saw of the incident. I think you might be right. That is Bob. As he got closer, it looked like that gold and white Maniball sponsored car that he had. As we now hop on board, and I do not see anybody in front of him. And since I know he's not leading this race, I think that solves the mystery.
I think you're spot on there. And got to remember, this is just lap number 2, right? So everything's still coming up to temperatures, everything's still coming up to pressures, and kind of take for granted how fast turn number 2 is, especially at the top of the hill there. So just a little bit unfortunate for one of our front runners.
That promotes Benade up to 4th place as well, 2-time POC GT3 class champion in 2021 and 2022. So back-to-back for him. And he, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, he's also was a professional cyclist for a number of years. Let's see if he can use that good training to maybe get himself onto the podium. For now, does seem to be a bit of a 2-car breakaway from with Monsalve and Selby getting themselves some distance from Garrett.
Monsalve is, of course, that green 87, but yeah, this battle, call it 2 packs of 2, right? And this battle for 3rd between Wessling and Eben out here is, I think, a little bit closer than what is the battle between 1st and 2nd place here. Just kind of getting into the rhythm. Got to remember, this is a 15-lap race coming to complete lap number 2. This is the very, very fast end of the racetrack right here. Wessling is going to benefit from a little bit more clean air on the front of his machine, has a little bit of a bigger gap, but you see that number 16 car with a nice exit out of turn number 9, going to stay right in the tire tracks, and actually up front, Dwayne Selby had one heck of a run going down into turn number 1. Did you see him take a look down there on the inside?
I think he's feeling pretty quick because the last 2 laps have been the fastest lap of anybody out there. And Dwayne Selby has got the pace underneath him. Looks like a 120.4 right now is that purple lap, but he hasn't been able to find his way by. Wessling still has Benade behind him and putting on quite a bit of pressure. And then you can see Anna in the number 100 kind of sitting in 5th. All on her lonesome. We got a fascinating one forming up at the front here, Joe W. I'm curious to see how each of these pairs deal with it.
Yeah, they're both very experienced drivers. Mike has a good habit of managing. In other words, he'll be feeling some pressure, but he won't push harder than he needs to sometimes. So it's a little hard to tell this early in the race whether he's just doing as much as he needs to or that's all he has. Mike's and Dwayne, same thing. Dwayne has a lot of experience, but we'll just have to see how this plays out and if everybody's fully playing their hand at this point.
Of course, that's a lot of our 991.2 cars up at the top, the GT3 being one of the bigger classes. Right now, looks to be led by Brett Caviglio in the number 70 as we've jumped back to them. He's gapped out Liu by just about 3 seconds right now.
Yeah, Ryder's moved up from his, I think, 4th place start, so he's gained a couple positions.
Yes, correct. That's what I was just going to point out. Jim Salzer is now sitting in the 3rd place there in that number 10, and Paul Wren in 14th. So just a few little shakeups there, but Ryder having a great race, especially Joe Peak. Remember how we really closed out qualifying, constantly improving that lap time. He has picked up right where he left off.
Caviglio there up at the top is chasing on the championship. Actually, no, he's not chasing. He's leading, but I think it looks like he needs service points. So we'll see if he's able to sort that side out because he is well ahead of those behind him. He actually was a champion many years ago now at this stage, almost 9 years ago in 2016, taking the GT4 title since he's moved over to the GT3 class in recent years.
See this pack come up the hill here. This is Caviglio in the bright blue machine, and then Liu in the green machine, followed by Salzer and then Paul Wren, all up over the top of the hill.
Go to turn 2 for the 991. There's about to be a pass. So Kevin's right on him.
Sounds like we might have a battle starting to form for the 991s, and Monsalve is still ahead, but it is getting dangerously close. The 52 is laying it on thick, trying to see if he can get a mistake out of the 87, but no dice quite yet. He's got plenty of race time, though. We're only on lap 5 out of 15.
Yeah, only a third of the way through, but we do have to kind of look at the broad landscape. 15 laps is still relatively short when it comes to road racing out here, so I think that both drivers up on it right now. We heard from Joe W. a little bit earlier. Not sure if Mike Monsalve is going to push it further than what he absolutely needs to do right now. So if Dwayne Selby maybe feels like he's got a little bit more pace than what that green 87 has right now, maybe he can go up there and start to apply the pressure and simply get by for the lead.
Sure, he'd love to try and take a win. And let me actually check to see when Selby, or if Selby, has managed to take a victory this season. And no, he has not. In fact, he's had 3 second places. So he's come extremely close a number of times. Just can't seem to seal the deal. He's going to force a defense from Mike coming down into the first corner. He could try to cut back, but then he'd be on the opposite side coming into the right-hander of turn 2. And no, he doesn't even get that one under his belt this time. Still, he's trying some things, and it's better at least to say he's trying something, Joey.
Correct. He's trying something out there on the racetrack, and something I do want to point out is even though these two are battling, they are still the 2 fastest cars on the track right now. You see them constantly extending that gap over that call it third place battle between Wessling and the number 16 car out there. So even though they're scrapping it out for the lead, they're sticking on the racing lines. They're being efficient about it. However, I do see a couple cars that they're going to be having to pass here just on the horizon. So the drivers are also going to have to deal with that.
And while Selby did have, it looks like 5 straight podiums at one point, at least on the races that he went to, he's missed the last 2, had a DNF at the end of the last race. And honestly, in his last 4 appearances, he's only had 1 podium finish. So he's looking to make up for it. Even just his second place would be a great one. And maybe the traffic could help, although it's kind of on the wrong side of things here coming into turn 1. What's it going to look like up into the Rabbit's Ear?
Yeah, but Selby is officially with the over-under. The problem, they're on the opposite side of the racetrack from what they need to be, and Mike just muscles his way through the middle, which is around the outside of that lapped car. I thought that Dwayne Selby was in a perfect opportunity. However, like you were just pointing out, the lapped car kind of got in the way.
Tried his best to stay out of the way, but unfortunately, there's only so many places you could go through that corner. Selby still not up at the top. Oh, coming down towards turn 5 and 6, though. Things once again getting tight. Oh, he gets loose. He'll catch it just in time. That could have been disaster.
Oh, boy,
Well, they're clearly
sure.
pushing at this point.
Yes, I would 100% agree. Clearly pushing. The tail end of that number 52 definitely wagging out on the downhill, and not surprised to see it at that section of the racetrack. It's where you're carrying the most amount of speed. You hit the compression. You expect the car to grip up, and just one tiny overstep can send you into a slide. But you see him here just a touch further back than what we've seen here, maybe the previous 2 or 3 laps. I think it hasn't put a halt to the charge of Dwayne Selby, maybe just temporarily for about a half a lap.
Dwayne with 17 years racing in cars behind his belt, but more than that, he's also got experience in off-road motorcycles too. Maybe that'll help him find maybe a little bit beyond the track limits, figure out where the grip is, to sneak by somewhere a little crazy, who knows. But he seems he's having to recover just a brief moment as we've rocked up to what I believe is Frank Powell here in the 952.
Checking a little bit further on the opposite side of the racetrack here. This is coming through what is turn 8 and then the front straightaway here. I believe this is Gaviglio, and is that? Yes, that is Ryder Liu has officially caught Gaviglio up here. So not only do we have a battle for that overall lead in the Spec 991.2 cars, but we've also got a battle for the lead in the GT3 class.
Yeah, Liu messing up your hope for that perfect 3 years and finishing in third, but I don't think he cares. I think that first place would be nice to add to his collection.
You know, in order to do it for Dale, you got to get a checkered flag, number 1.
I like that theory on that one. But Leo is actually running the 683, so doesn't quite have that black number 3 Intimidator on the side, except for maybe a few additional digits on the car. Regardless, he's still making a race of it. Very similar to what we're seeing in the 991.2s here, Joe W. Both races for the class lead seem to be under quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, we couldn't really have asked for more. This is what you're hoping for when you come out to see a race. I mean, we have 2 classes where it's still to be decided, and we're halfway through the race.
Honestly, both of these drivers have quite a bit to lean on in terms of expertise, because Brett's also got 13 years that he has been racing, and he's using it to good effect right now, knowing that he doesn't need to give up that racing line quite yet. That car is going to have to be so much closer to have a chance to try to pass at this track, because they just don't have the braking zones to help them out. We are up to lap 9. We're on lap 10, I believe, actually. So we are into the final third of the race now.
What I think is really neat about this GT3 battle that we're watching between Leo and Gaviglio, and Joe W., correct me if I'm wrong here, but that is a 996 chassis car that Brett is driving in the blue machine, and it looks to be a 997 chassis machine that Ryder Leo is driving. So it kind of comes down to that horsepower to weight, but 2 different generations of car, albeit pretty similar generations next to each other in those model years, are duking it out in the same class.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, we're running power to weight classes, and so both of those cars, have approximately the same power to weight. And even though, like, the Brett's car is a turbo, and Ryder's car is normally aspirated, so they'll make their power a bit differently, but you can see how close the racing is, despite the differences between the cars.
Just noticed that we are getting some speed from Thomas Stone. He set a personal best last lap, and that's got him in 8th place. Unfortunately, he's running 991.2, so he's a bit ways down that order. But he also had a GT4 class win last month when we were at Button Willow, so he knows how to run it. Just maybe needs to figure out what went wrong this weekend, as he'll have another bite once we get to tomorrow's Red Cup race.
I really like that camera angle coming up out of turn number 2. It kind of gives perspective of how fast these cars are really going at the top of that corner right there. And then they do have to slow it down up here for turn 3, turn 4, and then start plunging down the hill. That was the area that we saw Dwayne Selby really hang the tail end of the car out, but great car control to keep in contact with the pavement out there here at Willow Springs and kind of keep it going. Although I do say that I haven't seen Dwayne Selby get quite as close ever since that little bit of a bobble.
That fight for first in the GT3s does appear to be our closest now, because Selby off by about 6 seconds from Monsalve means that battle pretty much is over. Other fight that I can see does seem to be Stone and Barnes, but that's between 2 different classes, so that's outside of class position, unfortunately.
I think this one, actually, that we've got our eyes on right here, I think this is Wessling and Bonata right here in the number 16 car. They're just getting by. Yes, that is going to be a slower car getting out of the way. So this is a battle for what is 3rd on the racetrack.
Good catch on that. Yeah, Eben is right behind him. And I believe started in 5th, I want to say. Possibly 6th position, but has made a really good use of working his way up when others have problems, and is now trying his best to see if he can get onto that podium. But the 722 is at least keeping him from it for the time being. That last lap by, they were almost dead even on pace.
It's pretty impressive what Garrett Wessling has been able to accomplish so far in his short road racing career. See that he really just started kind of in the second half of 2024, has been doing a lot of time trials, but this is really kind of his first foray into wheel-to-wheel road racing, and he's got a formidable machine out there hanging on to what is a podium right now with, call it a few laps to go.
Certainly not many. It's coming down to the finish here soon. If you've got something in the car, you're going to have to use it up here. They come down back out of turn 4, once again trying to set themselves up. Very much a weaving and winding track through the hillside, when they used to really not make them perfectly flat, but just kind of ride along the terrain that was provided here just at the foot of the mountains out in the high desert. Can he manage to maybe do something onto the main straight? Because he's getting very close to Garrett this time coming through the sweeper.
The key is the apex and the exit of turn number 9. They're very, very close to each other because it is such a late apex to get the run out here onto the front straightaway. And you see Wessling right smack in the middle of the road. I think partially because he wants to let that car in front know that, hey, we're in a battle. I want some piece of the racetrack, but it's also to kind of dissuade his competitor from throwing it up the inside. Looks like they're both going to drive to the left side of that lapped car and get around them by the middle of turn number 2.
Oh, but it definitely looks like Evans was held up just a little bit more, and that gap is now a few car lengths bigger than it was coming across the start-finish line. Can he regroup in what precious time is left? We're on lap 14. I think we're going to see the white flag next time by for Mike.
I have a feeling that Micah is probably coming through, about turn 8, turn 9 area or so if we're looking at the third place battle. And yes, there he is going through turn number 8. So he'll be hitting that apex, that final apex of the super fast right-hander of turn number 9. Look down the front straightaway here and click over to what'll be, I believe, lap number 14. Oh, you're right. Lap 15, white flag.
There we go. 14 completed. I know I was getting caught out by that earlier today as well. Our timing shows what laps they have finished in this one. So this is the last lap of the race. And boy, the traffic is getting tight for the lead in GT3.
Absolutely. That's Gaviglio and Liu, the blue car and green car coming down the hill here. Gaviglio's going to have the inside, so he's going to be able to protect the lead. But you see, it's not just that one car. He's got 2 more to pass.
And let's not forget, they haven't taken the white flag yet, so they need to come around one more time. This gives more opportunities to Ryder. If he can manage to sneak something in there, I was kind of surprised he didn't try to get a little bit more aggressive with all the lapped cars.
I hear you, but you still have to leave room on the racetrack, and that was maybe a little bit wide from the car in front of Gaviglio. Let's see about the run out onto the front straightaway. They're lined up 1, 2, 3, but the battle is going to be coming from Ryder Liu. He's looking down the inside. He's got the positioning. Let's see if he can argue to apex. Gaviglio crazy deep on the brakes to defend.
Couldn't quite get it, but it was a valiant try. As we come back to our leader, Mike Monsalve takes the checkered flag and takes another win to add to his impressive tally this season. Behind him, Selby will come home 8.8 seconds. It was close at first, but Mike responded very well there at the end.
Oh, and there goes Ryder Liu. Oh, I'm sorry that Gaviglio's still in front. I got confused by that second blue car right there. Gaviglio still hanging on to what is this GT3 class lead. Only got about half a track remaining. Not very many passing opportunities. Really, Joe Peak, I think it's only the apex of turn number 9, and that's pretty aggressive.
He could maybe get the shot off the corner, beat him to the line, but he's going to have to time it oh so perfectly, flashing the lights at everybody ahead. I think he maybe forgot that he had those hazards on for a brief moment there. And yeah, it depends on what this lapped car does with Brett Gaviglio. Is he going to try and give him the room? No, he comes down at the apex, and that's going to compromise him. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. As close as Ryder is, Brett will survive and take the GT3 class win.
Whew, what a race, especially the last handful of laps there in that GT3 class. Brett Gaviglio had his hands full of that 683 Ryder Liu, and then getting through some of those slower classed cars certainly provided us some tense moments and a lot of excitement towards the end.
For sure. And that wraps up our first race for Red Cup this weekend. Unofficially, results see Mike Monsalve take the victory. Dwayne Selby coming home in second. Garrett Wessling survived the onslaught from Benade to take a podium in the Spec 991.2s. Benade was fourth with Predeshu in the fifth position, Gorski in sixth, and Stone in seventh. Paul Barnes was your winner in GT2. Apologies that we didn't get to show that for the 197. He was ahead of Roland Schmidt, who was ninth, and Daryl Troster, who was 10th. Then Gaviglio, who we did follow across the line, winner in GT3, 11th overall. Ryder Liu, 12th behind him. Jim Salzer in 13th, and Paul Wren in 14th. Scott Matz took P15. Mick Janaszek Jr. was 16th, and Andy Sloan 17th. Frank Powell, P18. Bob Mueller, unfortunate race for him today, 10 laps down. I'm not sure that he got to the checkered flag, was 19th. And Steedman, I believe, was a did not start. I believe we are just taking a short break here because we have the Orange Cup Race 2 coming up at 3:10 p.m. Pacific time. So that's in just about 25 minutes from now, which is how long the race will be, and 13 laps. Stick around for more fun here at Willow Springs. This is it. We've got race 2 for the Orange Cup heading onto the track in just a moment. I'm Joe Peak once again with Joey Atterbury and Joe Wiederholt joining us as we check out the number 6 of John Momeyer out on track right now. And I have a feeling that John's going to be hard to miss, as that is definitely one of the more recognizable paint schemes that we've got on the track. Definitely one of the drivers that has been involved for quite some time. In fact, I've had him as part of the sim racing community for much of my time knowing him. So I've got to watch him race for many years at this stage, just now getting to see him on the real track. And this is the 440 as well, getting parked up. But Joey, the drivers have already had a chance to race on the track once today, so hopefully they've brought a few notes back and can maybe use that to their advantage.
Yeah, and you see the shadows starting to creep up on the pavement too, getting a little bit taller as the sun is starting to set down. Like you said, the 440 right there in front of the 6 of Momeyer. And I think you forgot one of the important part about that piece with John Momeyer. He's the current POC president.
Ah, yes, that is an excellent point.
A pretty important role there, if you ask.
Well, he's likely to be racing up against Hazari here in the 152, who's only been racing for about 1 year and is actually quite familiar with Willow Springs, but with the motorcycle club. So going to be a little bit different, maybe a bit more grip with 4 wheels out there. And it's definitely not with light machinery. The 550 Superbike and the 400 modified lightweight battle of the twins. So clearly a very brave competitor.
Yeah, whenever you go from 4 wheels to 2 wheels, it certainly takes something else to get out there and get after that speed. As we check out some more of these Boxster spec cars, I think I see Nigel Maidment there in that group. I think that's the 705, as well as the 318 there right next to him. See the start-finish stand holding up that checkered flag. I believe this is also the 187 here facing us with the white, blue, and red theme, as everybody is starting to take their place here on pre-grid, so that way when they roll out, they're already in order.
Indeed, Nigel with quite the race last time, but I believe he did not come away with the win. So he'll be working hard to try and make up for that in today's race. Let me double check real quick to see what his results actually looked like in previous races. Because, yeah, Nigel actually been off the podium for quite some time. Race 17, where he had a 3-run streak of podiums, second places in race 15, 16, and 17. So he's obviously going to try and see if he can bounce back. And, well, he has already, because I believe he took a second place last time out.
Yeah, I believe he did finish in second place there, and I really appreciate kind of the comedic nature that Nigel has provided us some information. Says he started racing at the ripe old age of 54 back in 2013 at Laguna Seca, so tack on another decade of experience ever since he first hit the track out there. So starting racing a little bit later than what we typically see out of racing car drivers, right? Whenever you think of a race car driver, oh, they're in a go-kart at the young age. But trust me, it doesn't have to be that way. You can start just like Nigel in your 50s.
Yeah, it's a great point. And in fact, that 401 that we saw, that was Matthew Hatley. Apologies if I've been getting that wrong. I don't have pronunciation on that one. But the 401 driver actually joined POC in 2019 and only got his race license a couple of years ago. So he's a recent addition to the track. And as we saw, he's quite fast very early. Some drivers just seem to take to this a bit naturally, as they seem to really kind of just pick up the ins and outs of racing.
It comes down to just the personality a little bit. Typically, racing car drivers a little bit more aggressive out there, or have a prior athletic history, whether that be in collegiate sports or high school sports growing up. So But I think when the drivers finally get behind the wheel of a race car, that sort of competitiveness definitely turns up, right? And let's say if you've been focused in a career for a decade or a couple decades, and then you finally get those competitive juices rolling again, I think the drivers can't wait to go out there and prove themselves.
Coming back down the grid once again, past Momeyer and everybody all ready to go for this one. And I believe Steve Town in the 440 there up at the front of this group, who has been helping us out tremendously as well. In fact, I believe he was part of getting us a lot of this information, as he is another POC board member and director of sponsorship. So I guess you could say very directly he is responsible for helping getting a lot of this off the ground.
Yeah, and Steve, he is driving a 997 car, so that's not him in the 440, even though it is a black 911 out there. But yeah, big heads up, props to Steve, who has really been helping us out and helping us get a lot of the information on the drivers. There is the 822 right there.
That is Steve.
There you
apologies.
go.
I think that's where I got confused. I remember the...
You know what? I believe that's a 996 car, or at least it's got 996 style headlights on it.
Yeah, I remembered it was a dark car that was gridded up towards the front of the fields, and Steve Town was driving it, so I had made a quick assumption there, unfortunately.
And he's got the onboard camera, too, right? He's providing us some wonderful shots.
Yeah. So big thank you to Steve and everything that he's been doing. There you go.
Yeah.
All suited up and ready to go. And I think we're getting the message that it is time to go, because he is now being swung onto the track, and safety cars should pick them up and we'll be underway.
I think it's just slightly delayed there between the two feeds, as the 822 was just then rolling out on that pit lane camera, as we see finally the live shots of our orange group race number 2 rolling out onto Willow Springs.
Indeed. So let's go through our starting order. Steve Town, as I mentioned, on the pole. Bob Ehrman, he's the one in the 440. Apologies to Bob for that one. They'll then be followed by John Momeyer starting from P3 overall. James Scarcello will be starting from the 4th position here today. Vivek Kazari is in P5. Neil Rouzier in the number 38 starts from the 6th position. And then we get to Matteo Siderman for the Spec Boxster class in 7th. Matthew Hatley will start from the 8th spot today. Then on to row 5, Keon Tandon. He'll be starting in 9th. Nigel Maidment rounding out your first 10 cars. Big field here. Mark Janan starting from 11th. Branimir Kovac then in the 12th position. After that, in row 7, John Krylo will start from P13. Stephen Peterson in the 14th spot, followed by Andrew Wayman in the 15th. He's got Stefan Aseo to his outside of row number 8. Greg Scarcello then in P17. Bob Chang going to be starting in 18th next to him. Brian O'Meara in the 19th spot, followed by Karen Robinson in 20th. From there, Brian Allen will be in 21st. Alicia Ray in the 22nd spot. It'll be Enrique Marr in 23rd, David Gold in 24th. And the final row, we'll see Eric Rolfe in 25th and Mike Porteous, unfortunately, starting from tail end Charlie on this one. Already got cars starting to form up into their various groups. Remember, they will have a split start in this one. And Joe W. has now joined us up in the booth, so we'll be able to bring us to the beginning of this race. There's that second group, very large group of cars there in the second starting split. But up at the very front, we wait for the green flag as our smaller group waits patiently for the call from the flag stand, all wanting to get hurried down into Castrol Corner to be there first. And there it is. Green flag is out as Steve Town tries to lead the way over Bob Ehrman, coming up into the left-hander, and it looks like he is clear.
Nicely done there from the front row of the grid. Steve Town accelerates through the exit of turn number 1 in the lead, exactly what he needs to do. Airman giving chase there as we get our green flag for the Boxster Spec class, and Nigel Maidment is all the way in the grass, in the dirt on the inside, squeezing it up 3 wide on the inside of Matteo Siderman. Talk about an aggressive start. Nigel Maidment almost clear for the lead.
It's not quite there yet. He's going to be on the outside coming up into turn 2. The Rabbits here. He cuts across, and he has now taken it. What a beginning from Nigel Maidment on this one. Now, can he hold on to it for the rest of the race? He's got the bit between his teeth.
That was an excellent start from Maidment. I feel like he maybe has a little bit of unfinished business. And here comes Siderman around the outside. Big slide. Thankfully hangs on to the car before making contact with Nigel Maidment. But our top 2 duking it out early.
I'm amazed that did not become a wreck, because Joe W., that car was slipping and sliding, coming back onto the track. Somehow had just enough room. Might not have Joe W. here hooked up like we thought, so we'll come back to him in just a little bit. Even still, Siderman is right on the heels of Nigel Maidment coming around the final corner. He's not giving this one up easily.
They had that close battle in the orange race earlier today, and now they are picking up right where they left off. Look at the 2 packs of 2 up front. Siderman extremely close, tucked up under the back end of Nigel Maidment. Let's see if he can use that slipstream, slingshot himself up into the brake zone of turn number 1. Nigel Maidment right in the middle of the road on defense.
You could see all the dirt being kicked up from his first time, still brushed onto the track, and he's going to get aggressive, Will Siderman, pulling up alongside, trying to force him to open up the corner as Nigel was trying to pinch him down, but it was all for naught, as Matteo is now your leader in the Box Spectre.
Just seemed like Siderman was able to carry better speed in the back half of turn number 1 and really accelerate out of the corner, while Maidment just couldn't quite get the foot down, or maybe the commitment to the throttle was more in the middle of the racetrack. And now Matteo sees a little bit of clean piece of windshield out the front end, but you got to keep it on the racetrack. Look at how big that ledge is off of the pavement into that dirty stuff. You got to take care of your equipment and tires too.
And I mean, you can see how low slung these spec Boxsters are to the ground, so you do not want to be straddling that. And he was unsuccessful in getting by him, so Nigel will have to try again later. The good news is Kovac is a ways behind them, so he is not currently challenging him for that spot. Up at the very front, they've been running away. Momeyer leading that spec 2.7 class, but Nigel 4th overall. Is going to get demoted to 5th overall, as Matteo now crosses the line officially in the lead of that group. And in fact, Hatley was showing in behind him, so that visually does not look correct. I think that's still Nigel.
It is still Nigel. I'm not sure what's the issue, but yes, that's correct.
And I think this, we're seeing the reason why Nigel was so aggressive on that initial start. If we kind of repeat back a couple hours ago, it was Siderman that just had the overall pace in this BSR class. So Nigel Maidment doing everything that he could to throw a curveball, call it, to his competition, try to get out front, try to get the track position and claim some laps out front, but unfortunately Matteo has certainly got some speed here this weekend.
Yeah, Joe W., I'm curious, is that typical for Nigel? Is he a type of driver that if you give him an inch, he's going to absolutely burst his way through the door?
In general, yes. I mean, he loves racing. I mean, he wants to, you give him any chance, he will take it. He's not timid. I
think he's illustrated that pretty graphically here today. But, I mean, great job by both of them in that situation, because things got a little feisty there for a moment, Joey. But even though there may have been a touch or two, nothing seemed to have gotten out of hand.
No, there was just a little bit of touch out of turn number 1. But I think more the drastic moments was just how much Siderman was sliding around the car, right? Especially going up into that turn 3-4 complex on those opening laps. But evidently great car control from that number 0 car out there, and was able to keep it on the pavement. Didn't make any sort of barging moves on pavement up there. So I think it was all good and fair racing.
Yeah, Mateo just has a fast set of hands. He's, hard to be. He's in front of the car, even though it's sliding. I think he's comfortable.
Just trying to see who we've got in this battle here in the mid-pack. I think that might be Bob Chang and Brian Allen that we're watching in quite a little bit of a fight as they climb up the hill. In fact, a train of 4 starting to form. And yeah, I think that is... oh, actually, I might not be right on that one. Joe W. might have to correct me on this, but definitely this group close together.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're correct. I think that's Byron Allen and Dave and Bob Chang's right on his tail.
And maybe you can clarify the bright yellow car. Which one's the bright yellow?
That is Bob Chang.
That's what I thought.
And even though sometimes I don't trust the timing. I trust my eyes, but I think...
and there goes Bob Chang around at turn number 8. The car got loose and he spun around to the inside. You see the giant dust cloud, but all the drivers are going to stay on the pavement. There he is off driver's right, and he's going to rejoin the racetrack right now. Definitely a little bit of a scary moment for Bob Chang. Here's the replay. Going to dip it in. Let's see, does he get wide at all? It just looked like it just looks like the car rotated on exit, Joe Peak.
It is such a fast corner, so I'm not too shocked that unfortunately someone got bit by it at some point this weekend. But the good news is it looks like he didn't really hit anything, just kind of slid to the inside. I was worried that maybe he'd slide back onto the track and somebody would just come in blind. So really glad to see there's no major accident to come out of that one. In the meantime, Karen Robinson also has quite a battle on her hands. We're seeing that fight between her and Enrique Mar, and I think Alicia Ray as well.
Yeah, I know that I remember from some previous weekends that Bob Chang in the yellow car, Alicia Ray, I believe, is in a bright turquoise car. I think I referenced them as the Skittles Boxsters out there. So when they have the bright colors, a little bit easier for at least my simple brain to remember.
But it appears that things getting a little bit intense in the mid-pack of this Spec Boxster group. As Karen still having to lead ahead of what looks to be, I think, Scarcello right now in behind as they come around that very fast corner. Thankfully, looks like all of them are going to be able to take that one without losing control and holding on to it. But we are already more than a third of the way through this 13-lap race because Steve Towns already on lap 6.
And speaking of Steve, pretty impressive. He's already got 24 seconds on the next car that started in that same start group with them here, riding on board through turn number 9. Get a little bit of an idea of how rough that this Southern California circuit really is here on the front straightaway. You see the car still oscillating and bouncing up and down. And really, this is one of the smoother sections of the racetrack.
Wanted to correct myself. That was Mike Porteous behind Robinson. Mike coming in from racing in NASA as well as also Spec Cup Miata and the Super Miata series. So he's been in a lot of cars of this nature. John Momeyer seeing, I think, Siderman looking to try and overtake, and that's not for class position. So no wonder John really didn't try and cover him on the inside there.
As we get these onboard shots, we're really starting to see the sun get into the driver's eyes here. Look at through turn number 1. We're A-okay on the front straightaway here, but right about apex, all of a sudden the sun is right there, and it really kind of blinds the drivers from apex to exit. Once you reach the exit, it's okay, and then here at turn number 2, as you turn in, maybe have a little bit of the sun in the eyes, but I think of the other side of the racetrack as well. Remember how we saw Bob Chang spin just a couple laps ago? That would be where the sun is directly in the driver's eyes.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, maybe it just lost a little reference on it, and
right about
a little
there.
Too much speed. Yeah, exactly. And you can see how difficult it is to try to get down to that last apex as well, as it definitely keeps you on your toes. So Steve Town approaching some of the lap traffic now. Will he play a factor in some of these really fierce fights we've been seeing in the spec Boxsters?
Thankfully, he's got a significant lead up front, and it puts him in a very comfortable position, right? If you approach a group of cars, you're not in a worry to necessarily hustle by them. You can kind of pick and choose your spots. You see him go to the outside of the cars. He's just got the performance, the grip to be able to drive around the cars, not interfere with their race, let them stay exactly where they want to be on the racetrack. I think that Steve is doing a terrific job.
Now, you may have noticed that purple and white car up at the front. That actually has an importance to that livery, because Karen is trying to promote a very important cause with the Racing to End Alzheimer's Foundation. And it sounds like she's even got a QR code on the car. So if you are at the track, go and visit her in the paddock, and you can find out how you can get involved in that wonderful effort. Do love that she's helping with that front, and apparently has multiple cars in other series as well, helping to support that cause.
Always terrific when you can raise money for a great cause, like you were saying, and even better when you get to go out there on the racetrack and really kind of display everything that goes on behind it, as we see Steve Town making some moves here on the front straightaway, finally getting by that heavy group of traffic, and now you can see nothing out the windshield right now for that black and white number 822. Can just solely focus on his laps.
I'm noticing that I think O'Meara is in a bit of a fight with Byron Allen, the 777. That's for 13th overall in the spec Boxsters. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Battle for 8th place, it looks like, between those two.
I think we might be getting some shots here on the back side of the racetrack with some of those Boxster spec cars. This 3-pack heading down into what is turn number 8. I think this might be that fight that you were talking about here, Joe Peak, as they swing the cars out. I think that might be Alicia Ray is the caboose on the back of this 3-car pack.
Yeah, that's a good point, that she's kind of been in the midst of a battle as well for some time. This may be, I think we're looking at Wayman, Aseo, and Krylo here, because I'm seeing that they're very close together in a pack on our time and in scoring, coming across the line fighting for 10th overall. And yes, indeed, it is them.
Yeah, that's a great spot right there. So it is the number 1 car, the white, red, and blue theme, Andrew Wayman. And you got the 520 of Aseo, and then John Krylo is that 3rd car, that blue car giving chase right there. So that's not Alicia Ray. That was a typo on my brain.
One thing that I hope is not a typo is a pretty important person is Wayman, because he actually used to be president of POC. So a very important role in this, but also pretty good with a typewriter, it sounds like, as he's editor of Velocity magazine. But as we had a big moment there for Stefan in the 520 behind him. Car almost snapping loose on him out of 3.
We've seen that area of the racetrack be a little bit troublesome for the drivers here this afternoon. We saw, I believe it was Siderman, have a big slide. They were able to correct it. And then like we just saw right there out of Aseo in that 520, have another little bit of a moment. And that has certainly brought that blue 682 of John Krylo up onto that rearview mirror, trying to threaten for that position.
Well, the corner goes kind of from on camber to neutral to off camber, right around that place. And so it's often that driver, you kind of lose some grip right as you get to the kind of middle to 2/3 of the road. And oftentimes you find yourself sliding to the outside. So I think that's why we're seeing that.
The battle carries on between them, though. They haven't been able to get away from one another. Stefan in that 520 trying to stick with him. In fact, he's recovered well, already fighting with the 1. Doesn't quite get the run he needs to get to the inside coming into turn 2. Krylo giving watch. No doubt he could be sneaky in this situation. If those two start fighting, he could pick a 2 for 1.
I was pretty impressed with how much he was able to recover after that little bit of a bobble, and it was this area of the racetrack. So let's really watch these cars as they come up this left-hander of turn number 3. Oh, Krylo to the inside there. Talk about a forceful move from that blue 682. John steals away the position.
Man, really picked his pocket on that one. I don't think any of us were expecting him to suddenly be able to burst through like that, but clearly looking quick, because already setting his sights, didn't lose hardly any time to Wayman up ahead. He could yet still get 2 passes in 1 lap done as he's rocked up to the back of that red, white, and blue machine.
You bring up a great point, and certainly is carrying lots of momentum. I thought the momentum was going back to Aseo, earlier on in this lap, the way that they were able to catch the back end of the number 1 car. So maybe it's not just Aseo, but maybe it's also Krylo that has a little bit more speed than Andrew Wayman there in that number 1 car, at least currently closing out this race.
Got to wonder how long he was stuck in there behind them, because we'd been watching for a couple laps now, and he had been following them for some time. So clearly he just had enough and is now setting off to try and make up for lost time a little bit. I think they got some of the lapping cars starting to approach behind them too, so they need to watch out, as some of the quicker classes could make this an interesting fight. And coming up through the rabbits here, that's a little wide mid-corner there from Wayman.
And I think that's Steve Town, as we jump on board right here with the 822. So we're going to get a first-person view of this battle. So we see Aseo directly in front of us, and then that's Krylo there in the blue. Steve Town just being nice and patient. This is the tallest part of the circuit right here. Now we start to go down in elevation. Let's see if Steve is nice and patient right here at turn number 5. He is. Swings the car out wide to focus on the exit. Try to get the launch out of the corner and try to clear all 3 of these cars. I think he's going to clear at least 1, but is he going to separate the battle here that we're looking at?
There's the thank you wave as well, letting the car that he just went by let him know that he's happy about that. That was Stefan that he went through as he went around the outside of the first part of the final corner, and they got more traffic in front of them. So our cars battling for position are trying to lap cars while they are being lapped. This makes it extra complicated.
But once again, just props to Steve Town, the car that we're riding on board with. You see here's the pack on the front straightaway, but he was so patient. Yeah, I do feel like he was probably clear of Krylo going around 8 and 9, and crucially, that number 1 car is able to clear a bunch of cars here in turn number 1. If anything, Steve Town is the one that kind of get held up. He's just trying to find his way through here to complete this race. I think he's only got 1 more lap left.
Yep, he got the white flag this last time by, which could be good news for some of these cars battling for position. If they're separated by that leader, then obviously they get to finish a lap ahead of their rival. But I think he's going to be able to catch most of them before this is over, especially with the speed we've been seeing from that 822. In fact, just getting up to Wayman here shortly. I think he should be able to eventually get by. He does still have Krylo in front of him, so maybe he's trying to play nice here, give them a chance to try and fight each other. Well, they go a little bit wide down through 5. There's 1, and he's able to at least insert himself between the pair.
Yeah, and I think he's going to try to sneak to the inside of Wyman here, which is that number 1 car, and Steve does at least barely able to get his car side by side, but this could leave the door open for Krylo, and they're going to be coming to the checkered flag.
Yep, they won't get that extra lap now, so it's do or die time if you're John in the 682. The blue machine going to finish side by side with him. We'll cover that in just a moment, as up at the front, Steve Town will take the win here in the second race for the Orange Cup. And it does look like Krylo got past.
He got to the inside of Andrew Wyman on the last corner of their race and stole away that position. Nicely done from John Krylo.
Where is Siderman? Has he already crossed the line? Because he was still running first in our spec Boxster class, as he was ahead by about 3 seconds over Maidment, so he was not under pressure. Let's see if we can find him.
second. I believe this is a maroon car crossing start finish right now. I'm not sure if that is Nigel Maidment or not. No, that does not
That was
look
Porteous. Yeah.
There's Karen right there in the purple and white machine.
I think they may have already finished already, it looks like. So, because, yeah, that was Airman just crossed the line. No, excuse me. He has just crossed now. So that is Siderman that we see being chased by Maidment. He kept him honest. It came down to about 1.1 seconds between them at the finish line, but Mateo had him covered. Clearly, his experience racing in Super Trofeo has really helped him out today as we say goodbye to Joe for the last time, at least for today, and he heads down to the impound. But the last of our cars cross the line and complete today's race. That got pretty spicy at the start.
I love all of the racing that we've seen today between the Red Cup earlier and how feisty that one got. Nigel Maidment, talk about one heck of a start here on this second Orange Cup race. So, yeah, Big Willow, a.k.a. Willow Springs, certainly providing some great racing so far this weekend.
Let's go through our finishing order. This is all unofficial. Steve Town is your winner with Bob Ehrman finishing in second. Mateo Siderman taking the victory in the Spec Boxster class, finishing third overall. Maidment behind him in fourth with Hatley in P5. John Momeyer, your winner in Spec 2.7, sixth overall. Branimir Kovac was in seventh spot. Then you've got Mark Janon in the eighth spot. John Krylo with that great battle getting ninth right at the end. Wayman in 10th. Aseo was P11, Hazari in 12th, and O'Meara in 13th. Greg Scarcello P14, and Byron Allen in 15th. Mike Porteous wound up with a 16th spot ahead of Karen Robinson. We saw them fighting quite a bit with Alicia Ray in 18th. You've got Enrique Marr in P19 and Eric Rolfe 20th. David Gold was 21st. Bob Chang with his incident wound up falling all the way to 22nd. Neil Rozier was 23rd, and Randy Burgum in at the 24th spot. Ted Freck was 25th, and Stephen Peterson was, it looks like, a did not start for this race. That completes our running for today's racing. We've got more coming up tomorrow morning as POC sees action on track for qualifying in the Red Cup at 9:35 a.m. Pacific time. Make sure and tune in for that. Thank you so much to everybody who joined us for today's racing. Until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.